Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Steele. Ms. Domboski.
Present.
Mr. Flynn. He asked to be excused. Mr. Trainey.
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Starr.
Here.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Hall.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Starr, would you lead us in the pledge, please, sir?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. We have two sections of meetings. Previous one meeting, April 28, 2015. If I get a motion, item 4A.
Move to approve 4A.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any objection to unanimous approval? See no objection. Ms. Gray Jackson? On the approval of the minutes, ma'am? I think that was okay. Okay, you got unanimous on that? Okay, the next one is item 4B, a special meeting, May 4th, 2015. If I get a motion
Move to
on that.
approve item 4B.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any objection to approval of these minutes? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, those are approved. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things. We've been working very well with the transition team from Mayor-elect Berkowitz's office, and I think there's been interviews with virtually every department head, and I think some very constructive information flowing back and forth. So far, so good on transition. Do want to remind folks that on June 27th at Cuddy Midtown Park will be the community celebration for the centennial. From noon to 9, there'll be just a whole plethora of events all day long, and so it's kind of one of the final organized events that we'll be coordinating. There will be events as well later in July. Chamber of Commerce is doing a tent city, and so there'll be, and the 4th of July parade will also be a centennial oriented, but we urge everybody to come out to the celebration at Cuddy Park on the 27th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are no questions from the Assembly. Assembly's chair report. I made a change in seating assignments. Requested some people. I hope it works out well for you. Thanks for agreeing. And Mr. Honeman?
Sir.
In the event of emergency, there's the doors. Just go on. Keep going.
On a sunny day, my seat might be out there, sir.
Committee reports. Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a brief report on the marijuana committee. We had a great meeting with Cynthia Franklin, Executive Director of the what's going to be the Marijuana Control Board. And the information we've got at this point in time is just the first phase of 3 phases have been released in regards to regulations. This particular regulation release only deals with opting out of the marijuana initiative. We will be going into the second phase, which hopefully we'll address at the next meeting, which has to do with licensing. But the one thing that she's been very clear with us is there's going to be a tremendous amount of local control. So it would appear that the direction that we've given our planning, legal, and clerk's department has been pretty much dead on. We're going to be dealing with a great deal of this ourselves, and we've already taken the train out of the station.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ms. Johnston, ma'am. Is your microphone on? He will help you.
That's a sign. I'm very happy that the chairs sort of took some of my suggestions, and we don't have the same people over and over again, same old as far as chair of committees. I look forward to working with Ms. Domboski on Title 21 committee, and I look forward to maybe even playing more tennis this summer. Talk to you later.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Starr, sir.
Our auditor has advised that the audit drafts and the information work required to gather for the CAFR and single line audits is complete. We should see that for introduction on the 23rd of June from the audit department.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No report this evening.
Mr. Evans, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had a meeting of the Ad hoc Committee on Chronic Inebriation last week. Heard from speakers from South Central Foundation and Alaska Native Justice Center, specifically with regard to the impact of this problem on the Native Alaskan community. We are rapidly wrapping up that committee's work. I believe we'll have at least one more meeting with officials from the state, but hope to have something done into this body this summer.
Thank you. Ms. Gray Jackson? Committee report? Ms. Gray Jackson, committee report?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Yes. No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm getting texts from folks saying that my phone's not on mute, and it is on mute. So I don't know. Maybe somebody else is online. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, too, look forward to learning a lot from Ms. Johnson as we transition in the Title 21 Committee. As many know, Ms. Johnson is at the end of her third term, so I'm hoping to gather as much information from her before she leaves. But I do have her cell phone number, so I have a feeling I'll be using it. The Title 21 Committee is going to have a meeting on Wednesday at the Planning Department from 10 to 12. I'm hopeful that we'll get out of there by 11:30. Beyond that, Mr. Chairman, I have no committee report, but I do have some disclosures I need to make.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. So as we discussed at the last meeting, the Ethics Commission is going to be meeting with, I believe, you and I and any other interested members to discuss dealing with my disclosures in the future. But until that meeting happens, I do need to make a disclosure on item 9 Delta 9, which is the CAD assessment. It's computer-aided dispatch assessment for the Anchorage Fire Department. And also item 9 Frank 9. That's an introduction tonight for wildland mitigation money for the fire department. I'm grouping those two together because I don't believe, though my husband's an Anchorage firefighter, I don't believe I have a conflict, but I put that before you and the body to make a decision.
Ms. Dembowski, these two items affect everybody in Anchorage. It does not affect your family salary if your husband is a firefighter. You do not have a conflict, ma'am. You're entitled to participate.
Thank you.
You're now getting out of it.
Thank you. The next one, though, Mr. Chairman.
I have a question. Did you just say she's going to be able to vote, actively participate in the fire contract?
No, I haven't got to that one yet.
I misheard that. I thought that's what
Not
you
on
said.
that one.
Thank you.
That one I do have an issue with.
So Mr. Starr, the last one was the CAD assessment for computer-aided dispatch and wildland mitigation funds. But the next item, Mr. Chairman, is a little closer to home, literally. Item 9, Foxtrot 3, is a potential cell phone tower located across the street from my house. In the past, I've been actually following this project for the past year or so. It's been very active at my community council. I have made a point not to engage other than answer procedural questions for the public. But I've made a point. I didn't vote at the community council meeting, but I do know a lot of the details regarding this particular cell phone tower. So because it is literally across the street from my house, well, across the street and to the corner, I thought I would make that disclosure and see what the body does.
Ms. Dembowski, where were the photos of this taken at?
The photos from GCI in their presentation were taken from the end of my driveway.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Evans?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Dembowski reminded me there's a couple disclosures I'd like to make.
Okay, well, let me deal with hers first, if you don't mind. I'm sorry. Comments from colleagues? It's my feeling she does have a conflict of interest. It's right out your front door. I know you can be impartial, but on the other hand, the perception is it's right out your front door. The photos were taken from your property.
How will she benefit, though, personally, Mr. Chairman?
I'm not sure she can be objective when she goes out her front door and sees this cell tower. Mr. Starr, if you disagree with me, please tell me.
Well, due respect, yeah, we will all have that proverbial street being paved out in front of our home, all the other stuff. It's a private entity. No taxpayer money is being used here. I think that, you're looking at an arm's length agreement with a private entity and the ability to lease the land. So of all the knowledge bases that I would want to have would be Ms. Dembowski's, mostly for the coverage areas and the pragmatics of, is this a good site? So I guess I challenge the
Okay.
inference.
Hold on, let's do the ruling on it. Okay.
I couldn't find it either.
As the clerk points out, she said, determining a financial private interest is substantial. Determination of whether financial or private interest is substantial should be made by the elected body on a case-by-case basis. And they've got different points. Whether the financial private interest held by elected official or household member is a substantial part of the matter under consideration. Whether the financial or private interest varies directly and substantially with the outcome of the official action. Whether the financial or private interest is immediate and known or conjectured and dependent on factors beyond the official's action. Whether the financial or private interest is significant monetarily. Whether the financial or private interest is of a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which elected official or household member belongs. So if somebody wants to make the motion.
Can I just comment on a couple of those
Go
points,
ahead,
Mr. Chair? So I will start by saying that I always believe that I can put the public interest before my own. However, I do believe in disclosures. Part of that is perception as well. And one of the things that I think it's important to disclose during the community council meetings, there were a number of people that were challenging whether a cell phone tower next to your house diminishes your property value. I can't imagine it would increase it, but I haven't made a judgment. I haven't made a judgment either way. I don't know if it does or it doesn't. But with that said, I think it's prudent of the body to ask me any questions you want. But the body really does need to make a decision on this one, because I want everyone to know right now that I've seen the pictures and I recognize the driveway, and it was taken from the end of my driveway. With that said, I believe I can act in the public interest, but it's up to the body to decide, not me.
Mr. Honeman?
I have a few questions. This might get us to the point. So if I might, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
So, Ms. Dembowski, have you had contact with the persons or person wanting to put the cell phone tower up in that lot?
Yes, at a community council meeting, and I did answer some procedural questions at the very beginning of the process.
Okay. Did that conversation, was it as a private landowner or as a member of the Anchorage Assembly?
No, they were asking me as a member of the Assembly, how do they go about going through the process? And so I directed them to AWWU, because they own the site, and the city manager's office.
Okay. And there was at no time did they ask for your commitment one way or the other, support or opposition?
Mr. Honeman, I've made it very, very clear, and I know there's some members of my community council that are here and watching. To a fault, I frustrate them because I have not taken a position one way or another.
Okay. And then have you had any contact with the Anchorage Water and Wastewater Utility reference the placement on the of this?
I think in the very beginning of the process, I think I may have spoken to Brett Jokala, asking him who the best person was for GCI to contact. Okay. But I don't remember anything other than that with AWU.
Okay. And then you've already covered the one question, which was, do you have an opinion one way or the other whether or not this placement of this cell phone tower across the street from your home would have any bearing on your personal private interest at your home or your real estate?
My personal belief is I'm not sure that it would have any sort of impact on my property. But I know in part of the process, there were appraisals and estimates done that the body should become aware of during this process that were presented at the community council meeting that didn't show any impact on private property. But like I said, unfortunately for the body, unfortunately, I have the most knowledge on this particular project. But it is right across the street from my house. It's kind of kitty corner. I live on a cul-de-sac, and I will see it from my front window.
Okay. And then lastly, to your knowledge, have you received any money from anybody from the company, Alaska
No,
Communications?
no.
Or GCI? Okay.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
And is it the ruling of the chair that you think she has an,
No, the ruling of the chair is I want to go to the body.
okay. I don't believe she has a conflict, Mr. Chairman, and we should take a
Let's
vote.
put it on the board. The question is, does Ms. Skambowski have, Madam Clerk, please restate your comment earlier, because you do it better than I do. Go ahead on the microphone.
The materials that Assembly Council has prepared for you is whether the financial or private interest, there's a number of factors, and the question is whether there is a substantial, there's not a financial interest,
there's
but
not.
whether there is a private interest held by the elected official or a household member. And it has the other factors in your goldenrod sheet.
Okay. Anything else for Tonin?
No, sir.
Okay. Let's put this up for a vote. Let's get this so we can.
So I need, do you want to have a mover and a second?
Yes. We'll have Mr. Honeman
I'll move the question.
and Mr. Steele seconded it.
If it's whether he has a substantial.
Yes will be you have a financial or personal interest in this. You can't vote. You're out of it. Absolutely. Ms. Johnston, ma'am?
Yes, I just have one more question. Did you vote on this when it was in front of your community council?
No, I abstained. And actually, I believe on this particular vote, as I often do when there's controversial issues that I know will come before the assembly, I typically leave the room when the vote happens. And I believe in this instance I did. I can't recall 100%, but I think I did.
Okay, you ready? A yes will indicate she has a financial or personal interest in it. No will be she doesn't. Ms. Gray Jackson?
Mr. Chairman, it's difficult for me because I haven't seen the document that our attorney passed out, so, you know, it's really difficult for me to vote, but I don't know, Mr. Chairman. What's your thoughts? Without me seeing the document that our attorney passed out. I mean, I listened to the debate.
LV, you be able to cover what our discussion's been about?
Oh, yes, but I also heard, Mr. Chairman, that there was a document that our attorney passed out that
It's
I
the
have
goldenrod
relative-
sheet, Ms. Gray Jackson, we have in our packet. The one we usually use.
So,
That's
okay, so it wasn't, all right, so it wasn't anything new. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nothing new, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. She's not voting. I got it. Up on the board. Ma'am, you don't have a financial or personal interest in this. You're directed to vote. Okay?
I don't know if I should thank you, Mr. Chairman, but thank you.
I wouldn't.
Anything
else?
Yes, sir. I have one more disclosure, Mr. Chairman. Past precedent has been discussions on this body has been when my husband's contract comes up. That will be the one item I will be likely recused from. So tonight on the agenda is item 9, Foxtrot 10, which is the IAFF collective bargaining agreement. Mr. Chairman, my husband is a member of IAFF, and he is a captain with the Anchorage Fire Department. Therefore, I make the disclosure so you and the body may rule on any potential conflict.
It's ruling the chair you have a conflict of interest on this item, as I've told you before. The rest of them, Mr. Baskin, I don't see a conflict, but on this one, you have one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That, I believe, is it for me for tonight.
I'll come back to you in a second, Mr. Evans. Mr. Steele on committee report?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the monthly meeting for the Enterprise Committee scheduled for Thursday has been canceled, and we will have probably a longer and larger Enterprise Committee meeting next month.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next Public Safety Committee meeting will be Wednesday, the 17th of June. We'll be at City Hall, the Assembly Conference Room 155, due to construction, noise, and access. So, again, 10 a.m., noon to 2, 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. at the Assembly Conference Room, City Hall, room 155. And we have a pretty full agenda with some topics relating to a proposed ordinance change dealing with rental vehicles, some issues with public spaces and park, both inebriates and laws, scofflaws in general, and I believe there's one other topic, but it'll be a pretty action-packed agenda for that particular meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Mr. Evans, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I should have made potential conflicts. At least I want to disclose them on the record. Ms. Dombrowski shouldn't have all the fun. The first is with 9 Delta 13. This is a sole source contract to Providence, Alaska Medical Center. It has to do with funding forensic exams in the sexual assault unit there. My wife works in that unit in the forensic nursing department in an administrative position. I don't believe this contract would directly impact her, although obviously funding to this unit makes her job more secure. I don't believe I have a conflict, but I want to disclose that on the record.
Do you think the amount of money she makes there affects your family's overall economic health?
Well, we like having her money, but this won't. This item shouldn't affect it in any way that's substantial.
Okay. You don't have, it's ruling a chair, you don't have a financial interest in this, sir.
Thank you.
You're directed to vote.
And the next item is also the cell tower issue on 9 Foxtrot 3. I do represent GCI, which is the owner of Alaska Wireless Network, who is one of the parties to this matter. I do employment and labor law for them. I'm not particularly involved in their wireless operation or involved in this particular transaction in any way, but they are a client, and just so the perception is out there, I believe I can be objective and put the public's interest ahead of interest of my client, but I did want the body to be aware that they are a client of mine.
That's 9 Foxtrot 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's just for introduction tonight, sir.
Yep.
You don't, seems to me you don't have a conflict interest in this area, so you're directed to vote. Ms. Dombrowski?
When you're done with Mr. Evans, if you just come back to me.
You're directed to vote, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Starr, sir?
Well, on that topic, you don't consult Mr. Evans with them on this topic, and they're not likely to, now that it's been introduced, come to you as an assembly member / representative?
Not on this topic, Mr. Starr.
Thank you.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Are you done with Mr. Evans?
Yeah, I'm done. You got another one?
Well, no, I'm just, in my OCD nature, I'm thinking about the question Mr. Honeman asked, and it just dawned on me that potentially some employee of GCI may have donated to my campaign, but I don't remember for sure. So I just want to say that because it just dawned on me, but nowhere in any discussion relating to any cell tower did anybody give me any money. So I don't know if we have to go back up and revote.
Are you complaining or what?
No, I'm not. I don't want somebody to say, look at an APOC report and said, oh, this person's a secretary at GCI and she didn't disclose it. I just don't remember.
Mr. Massey, there are probably lots of people that supported your campaign. Okay?
That's a true statement, Mr. Trainee.
So you do not have a conflict. We appreciate you telling us. I know you're very conscientious in bringing this information to the body. So that's all we've got on that. The next one is addendum to the agenda. If I get a motion to incorporate the addendum to the
Move
agenda.
to incorporate the addendum.
Moved in a second. I'll go over it. Item 9B7, Resolution Error 2015-197, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding a new beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license number 5384 for Fantasies on 5th doing business as Club Halo located at 1911 East 5th Avenue and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action from Assembly Chair Trainee, Assembly Member Vice Chair Gray Jackson, and Assembly Member Holman. Next one is item 9C1, Assembly Memorandum AM 378-2015, recommendation award to Kiewit Infrastructure West Company for Anchorage Port Modernization Project, Test Pile Program for the Municipality of Anchorage, Port of Anchorage, Port ITB 2015 C037, $5,639,900 in the purchasing department. Item 9C2, Assembly Memorandum AM 382-2015, recommendation of award to Northern Powerline Constructors for transmission distribution day labor line construction contract for the Municipality of Anchorage, Municipal Light and Power, MLP, ITB 2015 C038, $1,500,000 in the Purchasing Department. New business items, 9D9, Assembly Memorandum AM 379 2015, Amendment Number 2 to Contract 2013-0767 with Matrix Consulting Group for strategic review of the Anchorage Fire Department and a computer, Allied Dispatch CAD, and records management system, RMS, replacement upgrade study for the Anchorage Fire and Police Department for the Municipality of Anchorage, Anchorage Fire Department, AFD, and the Anchorage Police Department, APD, $240,000 in the Purchasing Department. And a new business item, 9D10, Assembly Memorandum, AM 376 2015, cooperative purchase of 2 each MB Northstar self-propelled snow blowers from MB Companies Incorporated, MBCI, for Municipality of Anchorage, MOA, Public Works Maintenance, PWFM, $1,007,182 in the Purchasing Department. Item 9D11, the same memorandum, AM 377 2015, sole source to Anchorage Parks Foundation, APF, to transfer a ConocoPhillips fund donation for the Municipality of Anchorage, Public Works Department, PWK, Project Management and Engineering Division, PM&E, $100,000 in the Purchasing Department. Item 9D12, a same memorandum, AM 379 2015, increase of administrative change order authority to Davis Constructors and Engineers Incorporated, contract number C0214-1170 for the Bolin Street Storm Drain Upgrading Project, Public Works Department, Project Management and Engineering Division, PM&E, project number 12-74, $135,000. Item 9D13, the same memorandum, AM 383 2015, sole source contract with Providence, Alaska Medical Center to provide sexual assault response team examinations for the Municipality of Anchorage, Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS, $70,000. Under item F, ordinances and resolutions for introduction, Resolution AR 2015-196, a resolution approving a collective bargaining agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Association of Firefighters, Local 1264 IAFF, Employee Relations Department, Labor Relations Division, public hearing requested on 7/14/2015. There is an A with it. The same memorandum comes along with it, AM 380/2015. Item F11, ordinance 2015-73, an ordinance authorizing the acquisition of real property, surface estate legally described as Tract 1 and T15 R1W, Section 6, Lot 4, Birchwood West Subdivision, located in Birchwood, for an amount not to exceed $1,950,000. Public hearing, let's see, PID 051-601-10 and 051-601-11, Real Estate Department, public hearing requested on 6/23/2015. This is accompanying a same memorandum with it, AM 321-2015. Nothing on the back of it. Is there any objection to the inclusion of this addendum to the agenda? Then I'll get on to the other ones. Ms. Gray Jackson, any problem with it?
No.
Okay. Now I need a motion on the laid on the table items.
Move to incorporate.
Second.
Go through them. Item 9B8, under resolutions for action other, resolution error 2015-119, -199, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the passage of H.R. 336 to direct the Administrator of General Services on behalf of the Archivist of the United States to convey certain federal property located in the state of Alaska to the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, from the mayor's office. Item 9F12, a same memorandum, AM 385-2015, Planning and Zoning Commission appointment, Andre Spinelli for the mayor's office. Public comment period, 6/23/2015. There's item 14B, new public hearings, ordinance AO 2015-64, revised summary of economic effects. What? And we have another laid on the table item. Actually, I thought we were going to do this as an amendment. When he pulled that, to put this in here as an amendment. Yeah, I'm going to get him to pull. We'll do it as a foreign amendment. Okay? Anything else? Okay. That should be everything we've got. Yeah, I thought I would. Ask unanimous consent. Is there any objection from here? Ms. Gray Jackson, the objection to lay it on the table items. Thank you, ma'am. We're now going to go down the agenda, consent agenda. I need a motion on the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Now we're going to go to those items for a little further discussion. Mr. Hall, sir.
No items.
Ms. Johnston. Mr. Starr.
No.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull 9F4, please.
What? Yeah, it's just for introduction, but you wanted to pull it. Pete, you do know, the clerk reminds me, it's just for introduction tonight. You know that, don't you? Okay. Mr. Evans, sir?
No items, Mr. Chair.
No, sir.
Mr. Steele?
No items.
Mr. Honeman, I know there's one you want to pull.
Yes, there's two, actually. 9 Echo 1 on the regular agenda for discussion, and 9 Fox 10 on the addendum to the agenda for an amendment.
And everybody should have a copy of that one.
Which just passed out at the meeting's beginning.
Everybody have a copy of it? Okay. If there's nothing else, Madam Clerk, do you want me to go through it, or do you think we know which ones they are? You think we got it? Okay. Then let's vote on the
Mr.
ballot.
Chairman?
Miss Gray Jackson, I'm sorry. Did you want to pull something? I missed you.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But thanks for reminding me you're out there. Miss Gray Jackson, please vote on the consent agenda.
Yes?
The item is approved by the body. Now we'll go back to those items that were pulled for a little further discussion. Mr. Honeman.
9 Echo 1, I move to accept.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Mr. Honeman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the indulgence. And to the clerk's office, I know we're going to have a change with Ms. Hines' departure sometime shortly, if she hasn't already. I'd like to continue the dialogue with reference to Bar Safety Hour, and I noticed that we haven't had any new applicants since the program started November 13 of 2013 and through May 15th. We still continue to have only the Avenue and the Pioneer Bar. We have had problems with at the Playhouse bar, I know, downtown, as well as a few other instances, but the Playhouse, I believe, is the biggest. So I guess I'd ask, Mr. Chairman, is there someone in particular that we have appointed to solicit these patrons or these owners of establishments? Can we work through the police department to encourage them after they've had issues? Is it one of us from the assembly that we need to? I mean, how do we?
The clerk would like to address that
Okay,
issue.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam
And I
Clerk.
apologize for not asking this earlier.
Through the chair, thank you. Mr. Honeman, the clerk's office can work with the APD regarding any issues that you have with the bar safety hour permits, and we'll go ahead and do that. I can let you know that the ordinance sunsets in August, the bar safety hour ordinance, and so we'll bring that back before you in July so the Assembly can decide if they want to continue the program again. And then, if I could please ask the Assembly's indulgence, Jamie Hines has resigned, our business license official. She's working with us on a temporary basis, but I would like to introduce our new business license official, and she's here tonight. Her name is Miranda Honest. So this is Miranda for all of you who haven't had the opportunity to meet her yet.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very timely then to have this. So, Chief, if I might, Mr. Chair, one more. Reference to bar safety hour. I know we've had some incidents at the Playhouse down on 4th Avenue, maybe some others. So, I'd like to have a discussion with them. Maybe I don't know how we would work that, whether it's through my committee or through Mr. Flynn, and since it's his district, or through this clerk's office. Try to see if they're interested.
Chief?
Chairman Training, Mr. Honeman. Yes, I think it's, by the way, I want to introduce my sidekick tonight. This is Quest from Service High School. He's doing a school district mentorship program, and his sentence today is to accompany me on a couple of meetings, including this one. So,
We'll ask you later how he spends his whole day.
so yes, I think it's probably time for us to crunch some data and figure out, one, if this ordinance is producing something. You know, I can tell you anecdotally it seems to not be an issue one way or another, but I don't know what the data says, and we need to do that. And there is quite a bit of discussion going on around the Playhouse these days. And that may be an issue you'd like to take up in the public safety meetings. Maybe we can dig into it a little bit.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Mr. Gray Jackson?
Yes.
Is there any objection? Seeing none. We're fine. The next item that was pulled was yours, Mr. Peterson.
No, this was mine too. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Never mind.
You could be right. I could be wrong.
Oh, you got it. 9F4.
Mr. Peterson, the next one was yours, item 9F4, ordinance 2015-69.
Thank
We'll
you.
need your motion to introduce.
Move to approve.
Introduce, sir.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Third.
Okay. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've received communications from numerous people around the community, and they were caught off guard about this issue. And I have no problem with us introducing it this evening, but I would like to postpone the public hearing until September 15th, if that's possible. Thank you.
Well, I want to set a public hearing on this item, a work session on the 19th of June. Okay? Just to let you know, and then if we do hold it on the 23rd, I want to have another work session after that to see what the public has to say on it, the action response.
Well,
so we'll see what happens with your motion.
And the reason I chose September is because there are many community councils that don't meet during the summer months. And so to give a chance to them to provide input to us on this issue, I think it would be worthwhile to postpone it.
September when?
Mr. Chair.
15th.
15?
Mr.
Dombrowski?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, I have a couple comments about the community
Well, let me
council.
see if we can get a second. Okay?
Second.
Then we can discuss the item. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the administration, is there an issue postponing this until the fall?
Through the chair, so there's all kinds of elements associated with this land swap. And one of the elements in there is that it's extremely important that we are allowed to be able to legally, by EPA standards, have a snow dump site. So there's one portion of this swap that involves a snow dump site for the municipality of Anchorage. And because of the EPA requirements, it has to be a valid snow dump site, not what we've been doing in the past. And so they will take quite a bit of construction effort to make it a valid and passable snow dump site. So that's one element. The other element in here is that this has to go to the voters anyway, okay? And so if you would agree that certainly the voters are the ones that have to make the determination on the undedication of the parkland itself, then for any chance of success, you would think that there needs to be some type of a prolonged education process so that everybody understands exactly the benefits derived by the municipality by this swap, even though on the surface it doesn't seem a benefit. But when you look at the swap and the total acreage gained and all of the other aspects of it, to include being basically owners of parks that are being used, parks right now on airport land that they could charge for, okay? So when you look at all of those type of things, it would seem that the sooner that we make a decision on this, the better, because the ultimate decision maker is the voter. But we need to be able to get in there and start doing some work for a snow dump site.
Okay.
Anything else, ma'am?
Yes, sir. With respect to the comments about the community councils, and I say this with all due respect and knowing that I started at community councils, the fact that they take the summers off, we don't take the summers off for work. So, for example, multiple community councils in my district, they have somebody who watches P&Z, they have somebody who watches the ASD, and certain different issues that come up. That way, when an issue in their area comes up that they need to meet on, they can send out an email blast and they can have a special meeting just for that one issue. I think I personally, rather than hold up the city's business for 3 months or 4 months, I personally like introducing it, starting the public education process, and then we can continue it at that. You don't have to close the public hearing. You can continue it, and then you can have multiple public hearings. I think that's a better way to grow that rather than just put the brakes on, because during, Mr. Chair, you were saying we were going to have at least one work session on this. Yeah. Getting us, because I know the Turnagain Community Council specifically is very, very active, especially on this topic. And as an assembly member, it's very difficult for me, who isn't a representative of that district, to talk intelligently about this issue without having a work session first. So it's kind of helpful for me in order to just start getting the dialogue going so I can educate myself on what the topic is. That way when, love her to death, and I'm sure she's watching, the Kathy Gleasons of the world, when they call me, I can at least be educated. So when she asks me a question or gives me a comment, I know what she's talking about. So I would prefer just to go ahead with our schedule and then keep continuing it if we need to continue it, but then it gives the public multiple opportunities to hear us or get more information.
Thank you, Mr. Muskie. Mr. Hall, on the issue of postponing until September 15th.
I agree with what Ms. Dembowski has said, both in regards high respect for community councils. As a matter of fact, you and I have fought the ongoing battle for a number of years to ensure that the funding stays in place for them. But, unfortunately, we don't have the option of shutting down for 3 months. How many actions are we going to take in that period of time that has direct influence on communities? But I would come back by saying if there's going to be a motion to postpone, I think the appropriate time would be following the public testimony and the work session so that we've got more information to base that decision on. So I'd be a no vote on the postponement at this time. And actually, I'm under the impression that once we've got it introduced, I don't follow why we're having a discussion at this point. Typically, with a third motion, it's on the agenda for the next meeting.
I know, but you could always just move the date on it, so we're just giving some latitude. We've got the time. It's an easy night tonight. Mr. Starr.
Well, I tend to not favor delaying the introduction nor the initial dialogue, as Ms. Dembowski summarized. I'm also happy to leave it up sort of the discretion of the chair to organize how the information comes to us, and it sounds like you've already thought through a work session and a plan to start that discussion. It seems to be a whole lot more open and transparent to get that conversation started and out there, and we can decide again on the 23rd what we need to do after we start to get that information exchange flowing. But I don't like to speak to something that's 3 or 4 months out on the agenda to anybody. If there's an intention to do an S version or there's some other interest that Mr. Peterson has on committees or taking that work plan up as an area-wide conversation to the community, great. But I'm not happy to push it into September to start to have that discussion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Peterson for bringing forward his amendment because, community councils are volunteer organizations. Our summers are really, really short, and I think it's great that they take the summer off. But with that said, I think that if we move forward with the process, we may very well end up not making any decision on this document until September. But I do believe that we do need to move forward with this process because it's complex and it's going to take some time. So I won't be supporting Mr. Peterson's amendment, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Ms. Ray Jackson. Mr. Steele, final comment, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The issue is complex. We, in fact, had a year-long, almost a year, task force with all the players who worked on it, including the Community Council. And there are people in the Community Council who are very well versed on this. I take exception to the memo that we got from the Community Council that said they were surprised and that they didn't hear from me, but they heard from the airport. Well, that's not true. I was there. I brought it up. I told them I had gotten my packet that day, and Ms. Gleason also had a copy of it. So it was out there. They know about it. The issue is not new to them. And I'm glad, however, that we are going to have a work session. We do need to discuss it thoroughly. It's complex and has impacts. So thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. I'm going to withdraw my motion. I think the idea of having a public hearing and continuing it after we've had some work sessions will give the public enough time to get their input on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holman, I think you were the second to withdraw your
I withdraw the
second.
second.
Okay. We're back to where we started off at. This item is set for public hearing on the 23rd. The clerk, I've asked her to have a work session on Friday the 19th. It's what? From 12 to 1. And we'll start this program from there. Give us some to discuss. Okay, Mr. Holman, the next one is yours, sir.
Item
9F10.
Yes, and
Move to introduce.
I'd like to move to introduce.
Get a second and a third?
Second.
Is there a third? Thank you. Mr. Honeman.
Yes, and I believe Ms. Domboski needs, I'll wait for her to clear. She's leaving alone. It's fine. I'd like to move an amendment that was delivered to us just prior to the beginning of the meeting. It's to clear up a clerical error, I'm sorry. I'd like to move the amendment for 9F10 that is included in the packet. It's a cover for the actual contract that clarifies where it originally said January 1 to 2009.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
He was introduced. I had him introduced. We introduced that. We're going to amend it now. I think so. Because you're introducing it, we can change it. I know, but you only change
Mr. Chairman, if you have to, just put an AM on it and stick it in the packet. We'll get the idea. I'm not too jumped up about debating it.
Is the motion to substitute, Mr. Honeman?
Motion is
According to my clerk.
okay. Motion to substitute. I move to substitute.
Seconded. Is there any objection? Ms. Gray Jackson, do you object?
No.
Okay. If you no objection, then the document that's going to be coming in front of us from this thing will have the sheets on it. Thank you, Mr. Honeman.
Thank you.
Have the correct date of June 30th, 2018. And that's the last of the items that were pulled. We're now down to that point in our agenda in which we have appearance request, but we can't begin that till 6. So,
Can we?
we got about 10 minutes. There's nothing else we can do.
Is Mr. O'Malley here?
It says in here, begin no later. I guess we could do it. Is
Mr.
Mr. O'Malley here?
Okay.
Come on down, sir.
Mr.
We're going to try and get you done early. That doesn't ever happen here.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to do the formal? I can make a motion to waive the rules to allow the earlier.
We're okay.
Thank you.
It says no earlier than 6, but we're fine. State your name, Curdy, for the record, sir. Spell your last name if you would.
Okay, my name's David O'Malley. I'm citizen, I guess. Okay. All right, I just want to start off by thanking the chairman for giving me the opportunity to continue what I was talking about last month. And that was basically the taxi industry, a supply and demand problem, and basically a severe shortage of cabs certain times like bar break, holidays, rush hour, and certain areas of town which are basically have no service to speak of. And when it comes to the whole public transportation and the taxi industry, Anchorage is just staying so far behind the curve. I know I come across cynical at times, but there's really no reason for it. Even in Title 11 right now, the obvious solution is to issue permits. Permits will bring in competition. Without competition, there is no need for the industry, the companies, or the permit owners to change anything. There are complaints coming from the bars, from the restaurants, from the hotels, from the hospitals, the handicap, and everyone, and they are basically ignored. And I really don't understand why it's such a big problem to issue permits. Last month, when I was cut off, I was going to say that according to Title 11, anybody can issue a needs and convenience hearing to the Transportation Commission, which basically is requesting to look into the taxi industry and do we need more permits. Like I said, anyone's allowed to, but I was denied at the last minute. I came in, I was supposed to be on the agenda, so there is no needs and convenience meeting going on. I was hoping if we had one, we could rush it through and maybe even get permits by July to help with the summertime rush. But it never happened. And I'm just asking why we don't have more permits. More permits will not just bring competition, will open up opportunities in the industry, it will improve service, and it could be a multi-million-dollar windfall for the municipality and the taxpayers. The last time we did issue permits, they issued 15 permits, it was $1 million into the city's budget, coffers and whatnot. If they were transferable permits, it probably would have been double that, $2 million. For some reason, the municipality back in 1992 ended issuing transferable permits. Now, I am not against the permit owners or the way it is. Actually, I back. Okay, that's it? 3 minutes already? All right. Well, I'm just hoping that I will get some support here from the Assembly, put in for another needs and convenience hearing, and really look into it of issuing permits. It could easily be done the way Title 11 is now. There's no need to change everything. The system will work if we issue permits when needed, and we desperately need permits right now. We're way behind other cities, comparable cities. We need easily 50 to 75 permits right now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate it. No questions. We'll now take a already scheduled dinner break and come back, and we'll get going. Did we?
Okay.
Okay. If somebody was appointed to a border commission, come forward. Don't see him here, Mr. Muskie. Okay. We'll take our already scheduled dinner break, be back, and start the agenda. Item 14A. Item in front of us is item 14A. Item 14A is Resolution AR 2015-180, a resolution approving a labor agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association, Incorporated, AMEA, regarding reclassifying certain Treasury Division enforcement positions with a retroactive effective date of June 8, 2015. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no one, public hearings closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to second. Discussion from assembly members. See no discussion. Ms. Grace Jackson, you on the phone? Okay.
She did just ask me if we were back, so she should be here.
She said she's dialing in, but it's not connecting.
Please vote. Ms. Grace Jackson, second time. Are you online? Mr. Dombrowski, do you want to vote on the AMEA contract? Treasury Department, AMEA, Treasury positions. Mr. Starr, sir? We'll need your vote. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14B. Item 14B is AO 2015-64, an ordinance authorizing a 30-year sublease between the municipality of Anchorage and Alaska Basic Industries, Inc. for a 81,055 square foot portion of the Alaska Railroad Corporation lease contract 6434.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hello, Mr. Featherly.
No, I'm not quite there yet.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to testify on this item, please come forward. Hearing saying no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Discussion from assembly members. Not seeing any, please vote. Ms. Grace Jackson?
She's trying to call in, but can't get through. We're trying to get it reconnected.
Okay. That is approved. Let me try and call her. Sometimes it's easier for me to get a hold of her. Hi, I'm going to put you on line, Elby. Hold on. We're on item 14C now, Ms. Grace Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You can turn up the volume if you want. Here.
I can't hear anything, Mr. Chairman.
That's good. So we're going to go on to 14C next, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Item 14C, ordinance AO 2015-66, ordinance approving and appropriating an additional $800,000 to the Anchorage Community Development Authority 2015 operating budget for a grant to the Alliance for the Support of American Legion Baseball to be used for a multi-sport pavilion. And there's an accompanying assembly memorandum, AM 355, 2015. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name if you would, please. Nobody's here on that? Okay. Good, sir. I'm glad you are here.
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
members of the Assembly, Mr. Mayor, this says the American Legion Baseball, but this is the tennis, the cover of the tennis facility, right? Okay. Sometimes the descriptions here leave a little bit to question. Thank you for letting me address you this evening. First, I'd like to say how I'm impressed with the tennis community and the mayor. along with the staff, are trying to ensure that the young people of Anchorage have opportunity to enjoy the sport of tennis for at least part of the year. With all the positives that exercise and sport gives, it is important to strive to get youth and even adults opportunities. That being said, though, I am a little bit concerned about the way the grant was given by the ACDA, and I would love to see the Assembly require that procedures be put in place so that everybody knows what the opportunities are. I think the Ombudsman, or there was an article in the paper where the Ombudsman looked into it, and he said, might be fine, but there should have been more possibly community dialogue. Also, the taxpayers bailed out the Anchorage Parking Authority about 18 years ago with a grant from the state, where then instead of reducing our taxes, we paid off the parking authority. And we had to, because we owed the bonds, and even though they were revenue bonds, it would have been bad for Anchorage not to pay off the bonds. But in the meantime, Anchorage taxpayers haven't been paid back from this money-making entity. And now you have an entity with $8 million in the bank, and maybe it's time also that the Anchorage Assembly direct the ACDA to start making dividends back to the municipality of Anchorage and to the taxpayers of Anchorage. $8 million in the bank is fine, but if there's no public purpose, and it's, it shouldn't just become a slush fund or, something that could be grabbed by some other mayor someday. So I think that 2, needs to be procedures for the for giving grants, and 2, there needs to be, and second, there needs to be a dividend back to the Anchorage for the monies that we've loaned them in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Johnston has a question, sir.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. What do you think the mission or the purpose of ACDA is?
Well, it started out as a parking authority. And then there was an executive session, as I remember it, when we needed to buy a building in Eagle River, and the parking authority became the ACDA. And it was set up with very tight controls, so, the mayor's office controls it, I think, because he appoints the board members. And different things have been put in the ACDA, like they control the ATU trust fund. And then they have the lots up on Government Hill. And it's kind of a real loosey-goosey, I guess it's the municipal slush fund, is a way of looking at it. But it's also good to have an organization like that, because you're going to have pots of money, revenue that might come in that is not the norm. So I think that there needs to be more controls, or there needs, maybe the Anchorage Assembly needs to look at the rules so that everybody knows what the rules are in the future.
So I know at one point it was really supposed to be a development authority, like other cities have a development authority where it's a quasi-private public partnership. Would you want to go down that road again, or I'm curious, because you've been a stalwart member of the public, and you've seen this whole, and I do think you're right. It's been kind of an island out there that has, the direction is.
We really need a vibrant parking authority. And like with the Heritage Land Bank, we need an authority that could possibly take part of the land that we have in the land bank and develop it for public purpose when necessary. So it's good to have a structure that can do that without reinventing the wheel every time. we just have to be careful that there's enough structure and it's set in stone well enough that an assembly or a mayor's office can't take the money and run, or put it towards purposes that most people wouldn't agree with, or without public discussion.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you should be working with assembly members, and maybe we can help the new administration to come up with a mission and a process.
I'd love to work on something like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. McGrath, can I have you state your name for the record? We all know you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Tom McGrath, and MCGRATH. Thank you.
Ms. Dombrowski has something.
Thank you. I was just going to kind of play off of Ms. Johnson's first question, and it was, do you know what the mission of the ACDA is? But she kind of took it where I was going to go, just for your edification. So you kind of go, if you go to the ACDA.net, it has their board and it has their mission statements and everything. The first line in there says to manage and enhance public parking and facilitate development for a vibrant community. That's their mission. So my plea to you is if you would, because I know how you research things, if you'd kind of take a look at their mission and what they're charged with, and considering those comments with HLB and some of our holdings, I would love to work with you and try to come up with some sort of cohesive process or project in order to make this board something more valuable than it is today.
Right. Well, and, for a long time, they had no money.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it was really struggling. I'm sure you remember that 20 years ago. Well, I don't know if you do.
Maybe
20
15.
years.
Maybe 15.
But it was a huge struggle. But they've gotten beyond that now, and it's a real success story.
Well, and when I say more valuable than today, I think they've done an incredible job over the last few years. I think they do bring a value to our community. But I think you hit the nail on the head. There has to be a process, and there has to be controls. So if I would love to hear your input on that as we develop and kind of help them, maybe encourage them to develop those controls.
Right. So it's a good thing to have a discussion, and it's a good thing to say what's next for the Development Authority. And as far as the $800,000 for the tennis facilities, that sport needs some facilities. We provided facilities for other sports that basketball, football, soccer. We even have a facility that we rent to for-profit companies. So I think it's appropriate.
Thank you.
That's all the questions. Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Anyone at all? Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chair, Steve Nerland, Nerland. I'm the president of the Alliance for Support of American Legion Baseball. And I brought along the presentation we made to 3 ACDA committee meetings as well as the board meeting for assembly members to have for the record. Can I give those to the...
Absolutely, sir. Clerk will make distribution.
In the time that I've allotted, I want to just give a very brief overview of how our organization got involved. We got involved because we think that a multi-sport facility at East High makes a lot of sense. Without getting into a lot of details, we made a presentation to 3 different committee meetings of ACDA as well as the board, answered their questions as best we could. We believe that this is a model for the future at other secondary schools in Anchorage. We believe the school district has hundreds of relocatable temporary classrooms, but not one temporary facility for activities. And there are schools, East High being the largest population, that need this type of facility, and it is a multi-use facility. That's how we got involved. Tennis can be played there, but there are going to be lots of other uses. I have met with some of the assembly members individually or community council meetings about this facility. We've been a partner of the municipality for 20-plus years. We're a great partner because we maintain all your fields and we pay you fees to do it. So you're doing well by our organization from that standpoint. We've also had a 22-year relationship with the Anchorage School District, running high school baseball at no cost to the taxpayers. So I think I'll just open it to questions that Assembly members might have about with our organization and our plan. Thank you.
Ms. Dembowski.
Mr. Chair, before I ask my question, I have to make a disclosure. My son plays American Legion baseball out at Chugiak. I don't think I have a conflict, but I will.
As do thousands of other kids, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm good.
You're fine.
All right, thanks. So my question is about this, the solicitation for this grant to the ACDA. How is it? Did the American Legion, were you the entity that went to the ACDA to solicit this grant?
Yes, we were.
And when did you make the presentation to the board?
We made three. Well, we made one in May, but we made it at 3 different committee meetings. We were tasked to do that, and I think those occurred in maybe February and March of this year.
Committee meetings to who?
Of the ACDA. They have different committee meetings. They have a marketing meeting, a finance meeting, to those members at that time.
Okay, and then you presented to the full board of the ACDA on May 5th?
That's correct.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Honeman has a question. Mr. Honeman?
Yes, and thank you for coming, Mr. Nerlin. I know you and I have spoken on this particular project,
Yes.
the concept of which, of course, I am in support of. I'm looking at note on the book, the timelines that are in here have 2015. Is it supposed to say 2016?
That was our original proposal when we did this. We had hoped to get things underway quickly and execute it this year, but I wanted to give the Assembly members exactly what we had given at our very first meeting to the ACDA. Obviously, the timeline has changed. We're still planning to advance the project, seeking other funds to complete the project.
And that's my question. Do you have a revised timeline, or do you know who's your next, should this be successful, is there anything contingent, any other funding contingent on this?
We have had meetings with the Rasmussen Foundation, and their funding is a matching fund, so that would be, I anticipate, contingent on that.
Okay.
Anything else for Honeman?
I guess if you had that, that's 1.6 of the 1.9 that's listed. Could you proceed with 1.6? Or when we would see a revised timeline?
So to answer your question, we work with both engineering and construction companies that are willing to make contributions to this project and do it in as efficient way as possible. So we haven't completed, we've done the soil testing with the school district approval. We have a design. We solicited 6 different bids from companies that do this. These kind of structures are done actually all over Alaska, so they've met that test. But we've not gotten to the negotiation, to the final price. We're narrowed down to about 3 different companies, and wanted to get, in our mind, a better timeline, before we moved on. So I can't give you a direct answer to that, but we want to, our organization likes to move on a project, get it done, and kind of move on to our next project. We're small, we don't even have offices. We try to get things done, build fields and facilities.
Well, then if I could just get, do you anticipate building this year, 2015?
We anticipate doing something this year. If we get all the funds in hand, the project doesn't take that long to execute. We do have to do some structural things to make sure that the covered structure is structurally sound, and so we could, if funded, do the project this year.
Anything else, sir? That's all the questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please come forward. Mr. Michaelis, did you have a question?
Not a question, sir, but I just wanted to correct for the record. I thought I heard in testimony that ACDA was responsible for the MOA Trust Fund and the management of it. And I know that you know the difference, but I just want to make sure folks watching TV and in the audience know that that is not the case. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Michaelis. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Robert Shake, S-H-A-K-E, recently appointed Executive Director of ACDA. I'd like to first say what an honor it is to be here on behalf of ACDA. Today concludes my 17th day on the job. I am very, very pleased with the organization that I have now been chosen to lead. As we shared with the Assembly, ACDA is in a very sound financial position, which is credit to each and every employee and each and every individual that works diligently within the authority. We talked moments ago, Ms. Dombrowski brought up the question about the mission, about development within the for ACDA. Our two focuses, as everyone knows, is the maintenance and upgrades of our parking facilities, and that's public safety is our top priority. But also important to note here is on the development side, ACDA has been very successful, in particular specifically with the North Point Bluff project on Government Hill. In fact, last week I signed off on one lot closing. We have 7 more lots that will be closing this year. All of the lots are under contract. That will provide roughly another $1 million to the authority. And then the final 10 lots are set to close in 2016. So I think it's important to share that aspect within the ongoing activities within the authority. I am open, and I look forward to working very closely with each and every one of the Assembly members. And I'm genuinely excited about the opportunity. When the subject of development came up, I think ACDA is on the cusp of doing some really, really fantastic things for our community. And I appreciate your support and confidence in me to take and lead. Thank you very much, and I'm open for questions.
We have some, sir. Ms. Dombrowski.
Hey, Mr. Shake, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see
as
you.
I'm looking at your balance sheet, I had this particular issue consumed most of my day, to be honest with you. I talked to a number of board members, both past and present. I unfortunately didn't get through all of them. I was hoping to, because I didn't have a chance to attend the meeting, and the minutes yet were not online. So I thought what better thing to do than go to the horse's mouth. And I was told by at least one member that there was actually about $4.5 million worth of encumbrances within ACDA, and the balance sheet doesn't reflect that. So is that, are you familiar with what they potentially are talking about? Is this future capital projects, or is that just inaccurate? Or
I would say that's inaccurate. Specifically on capital, the authority has a $2.8 million capital budget this year, and if you've been to the 7th and 6th Avenue garages recently, you'll see our dollars at work there. So that part of it, encumbrance, I think would be a stretch using that term. The rest of the balance sheet, as you know as well as anyone, there's not a significant amount of leverage on the organization.
Okay. I have a feeling the public testimony on this is probably going to be continued, because I think one of the members wants to hold this over and have more discussions. Okay. I'll want to dive further into potential projects, capital projects, and others that ACDA is looking at in the future. Awesome. Encumbrances, I'd like to see them itemized. I want to know how much they are, and specifically towards what projects. And then we can just have that data-driven discussion rather than emotional-driven one.
Great. I'll look forward to that.
Thank you.
Mr. Starr, sir.
Hi.
Hello, Mr. Starr.
The conversation for me hangs up when we start talking about just an outright grant as opposed to a development project. And I was around because in the library formation with the private-public partnership out in Eagle River, the ACDA took the lead and actually put that together successfully. We did it with public money, tax dollars deferred from our Parks and Rec and some of that. But in this case, it seems as if we're just sort of handing away public funds in an outright grant, as it says in the action item in front of us, and ACDA steps aside. Is that right?
My board of directors has brought forth the recommendation that we proceed with this grant. The board supports the development for various reasons. And if you do look at the mission statement about our commitment towards development within the community, our board feels that fits the mission.
I guess I don't particularly think that to be true. I think the talent that you bring to the ACDA is exciting. I think the successes in Government Hill, the Mountain View development, the successes in Chugiak Eagle River are because the leadership in ACDA stayed there. Parking authorities turned around because folks stepped up and said, this is what we need to do. So I'm hung up on that outright grant and the lack of involvement to that. I haven't seen the MOU yet. It seems to be not being generated by ACDA in terms of conditions on giving the grant. Seemed to be that you had to have an MOU with ASD, but I've yet to see that. Are you working on that?
I am not working on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other questions, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Gray Jackson, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shea?
Yes, Ms. Gray Jackson.
First off, I'd like to congratulate you on your appointment as ED for ACDA. Congratulations and welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
And my question is, are you on the board of the Alliance for the Support of American Legion Baseball? Do you serve on that board?
I serve in a capacity as a volunteer member. Thank you for the question. I recluse myself from any decision making. As you may recall, I did serve on the ACDA board, albeit for a short period of time. I resigned, but while there, I recluse myself from any discussion or any issues regarding the alliance.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There are no other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify on this item, please step forward. What?
Ms. Gray Jackson, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wish to testify? Hearing and seeing no one, what's the wish of the body?
Mr. Chairman?
Ma'am.
I move to continue the public hearing to the meeting of June 23rd, and I would also ask that schedule a work session. If I can continue, Mr. Chairman?
Second.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a second. Go ahead, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I signed a letter of support for this project, and I absolutely do support the project. But as things move along, I have some questions that I think would be better answered at a work session, and I know there are others that may also have some questions. And I would really appreciate support from the body to continue the public hearing to the 23rd and have a work session. And at that work session, Mr. Chairman, if I may continue, I would like to have a copy of ACDA's most recent audited financial statement.
Ma'am, I'd be happy to agree with you on the 23rd, continue this to then, with the understanding that you'll conduct the meeting on the 19th because I'll be out of town. So you'll be...
Mr. Chairman, I would be honored.
Thank you, ma'am. The issue in front of us is to extend this public hearing to the 23rd. No, if there's no discussion, please vote. A yes will continue it to the 23rd. Ms. Gray Jackson. Ma'am? Ms. Gray Jackson, yes or no?
Elvie, are you still with us?
We've got enough up there.
We're trying to get what did you say? Can you hear us, Ms. Gray Jackson?
We can't hear you, Elvie.
Ma'am?
She can hear us.
Ma'am?
Ms. Gray Jackson?
She's texting. She can hear us. She just can't. Elvie, you can hear us. Can you text Barbara with your answer? Technology, people, technology, right? Oh, okay. For the public, I'm texting her asking her if her phone is on mute.
Hi, Obi. I'm going to put you online. The question is, do you want to extend this to the 23rd, yes or no?
Been texting folks saying yes. You just couldn't hear me. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Stay on the line. That is approved. It'll come back in front of us on the 29th and 23rd. And Ms. Gray Jackson, you're going to run the work session on the 19th on this item, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next item in front of us is ordinance AO 2015-50, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of approximately 2.89 acres from B3 General Business District for I1SL Light Industrial District with special limitations for U-Haul North Subdivision Lot 1, generally located south of the Glen Highway, east of Boniface Parkway, and Anchorage Northeast Community Council, Planning and Zoning Commission Case 2014-0174, being development. Public hearing this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name, please. Hearing and saying no, and public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Starr.
I need to ask Mr. Weaver a question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Weaver, the industrial use is quite a bit more expanded than the B3. I'm concerned that the trailer park and the residents to the west of this development are going to be impacted. What's the use that's driving the I-1 designation at the U-Haul facility?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Starr, basically there was a truck facility there before, parts, trucks, and this is an industrial U-Haul just purchased and renovated the building, and this whole corner basically is in transition, and the mobile home park to the east is old and will be in transition as well. There have been protections placed upon the rezoning for the properties that are residential adjacent to it, but you know, in all probability that the residential where the mobile home park will probably be in transition as well.
There's another structure being built nearby here. Is that, am I in the right area?
To the south, Southwest Auto Parts is proposing a new structure as well. So there's quite a bit of commercial industrial activity happening in this corner.
Since I've been working in the task at the city, both with planning and zoning, and this, I'm not real happy with spot zoning or spot rezoning. Is this what this is? Are we just trying to expand allowable uses for this parcel only and not viewing that area-wide conversation that you just talked about?
There's a lot of pseudo-industrial use really and within the B3 districts that are there that are grandfathered, that this is a mix of use there that, you know, in looking at 2020 and the East Anchorage plan, this fit in with both those overall.
I mean, I know that we've tried to get our plans in alignment and all the other development discussions. I'm happy to go industrial with it, but it's, you know, you got residential elements surrounding it, and whenever we have that with lack of B3 buffer in between, we run into trouble.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Starr?
No.
Any other comments from assembly members? If not, please vote. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes? The item was approved. Next item in front of us is item 14E. Item 14E is ordinance AO 2015-58, ordinance amending the zoning map and and approving the rezoning of approximately 20.4 acres of a 120-acre parcel of land from PC Planned Community District to R6 SL Suburban Residential District with special limitations for a portion of the Northwest 4th.
Waive reading.
Thank you.
Mr.
Public hearing on
Chairman,
this item is now open. Go
before
ahead.
you open, I hadn't picked up on this item, but I have a potential conflict that, similar to Ms. Dembowski's, my home is a half a mile from this district. I've walked the lane. I've seen the property go there. We acted on this land to designate a wetlands corridor and a wetlands mitigation bank over there. I was not conflicted on that action, and there's a remote chance my property values could be impacted in a positive way here. So I want to put that on the
What
record.
remote chance?
Well, I mean, it's 20 acres of land that are similarly zoned to mine, but I don't think that.
You don't think you've got a conflict on it?
Not next door. I'm not invested in the development, but
Sir, it's a rule in the chair. You don't have a conflict. You're
Thank
directed to dissipate.
Right.
No getting out of this easy. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Starr.
Mr. Weaver, perhaps you're the best one on this. The road that serves Harmony Ranch back to this subdivision, proposed subdivision, who owns the road? I've heard that it's split kind of down the middle, or AT&T has rights to it, or is the road servicing this subdivision proposed, or the road that's existing to service the rezoned area, is that who owns it?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Starr, I have to look into it further, but looking at the documents that are in the packet, page 1 of the packet, it's basically a section line reservation that would be section line access through here. It's perhaps not a totally dedicated road, but there is section line access to the subdivision.
We're talking a lot of traffic. It's inside the fire service area, probably. I think that's inside the fire service area. So I'll just let you know that it is.
Okay.
AT&T is out. Have you had any conversations about the road yet?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Starr, the subdivision has been approved, and the
It's just, it affects Subursa, it affects that. He's gated it off right now at the entrance to Eagle River Road way up there. So if it's a private road, I have no problem with the answer, but I don't think it's private.
Mr. Chairman, it's not, doesn't appear to be private. Those are questions I'd have to get back to you, sir.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with the rezone to R6, but if we could get some assurances through legislative intent here that we could have the conversation through the subdivision agreement perhaps, or whatever it talks about the road standards. I'm trying to avoid a Yosemite Drive issue, or even though that's a much bigger development, is having the road standards developed. Who's going to maintain the road?
Okay.
And,
I can get that information and get it back to you.
And then if there's a street lighting district as well, the neighborhood's pretty sensitive about that.
I can assure you that when the plating authority looked at this, that they determined the appropriate access and the level of access and the degree of improvements. What
Yeah.
they are, I don't know exactly.
Yeah, it's not in our packet either, so I've tried to do that homework ahead of time. I don't have any problem with that, but if you see something that isn't correct, perhaps we'd have to reconsider.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Any other comments from Assembly members? We'll start voting in a second. Ms. Gray Jackson on item 14E.
Yeah.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. That is approved. Next item in front is item 14F. Item 14F is Resolution AR 2015-181, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage reappropriating $229,500 from the state direct federal pass-through grants fund
Waive reading.
31 from the Public Transportation Capital Improvement Project Fund 485 and Alaska Community Transit Reimbursable Grant. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. Anyone at all? Hearing and saying no, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Get ready to vote in a second. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Yes.
Okay, please vote. Mr. Hall, sir? Thank you. That was approved by the body. Next item in front of us is AO 2015-65, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 16.65, secondhand smoke control and related codes to include smoking, marijuana, and marijuana products under the secondhand smoke control law. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Spell your name clearly for the clerk and pronounce your name. We'll be in business. Please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hello, thank you. My name is Kim Cole, K-O-L-E, and I'm here to represent the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis legislation. We're concerned about the health and safety of the citizens of Anchorage, but over-regulating businesses is not the answer. As someone who waited tables while pregnant before the smoking ban went into place, I totally appreciate where you're coming from about the smoke, but there are a number of factors that are different in this scenario. One, when every restaurant had a smoking area, I didn't have any options to find employment without being inundated, but that's not the case today. It would be the exception to work in an establishment with smoke, not the rule. People need to have the ability to make their own choices about their work environment, not the assembly. Two, there was a study released this week in the Journal of American Medical Association with a sample size of over 5,000 participants over a 20-year period that demonstrates that cannabis smokers do not have diminished lung capacity from use. Numerous other studies, in fact, show that smoking can reduce tumor size and protect against cancer. Another article in the Journal for Analytical Toxicology published this year also states that people cannot obtain a contact high from being in a room with marijuana smoke provided that there is ventilation. Even in a very small enclosed space with heavy secondhand smoke, people did not test positive for THC after a few hours from contact. In short, there's no health risk involved in working in a cannabis-filled room, and everyone should have the choice to work in this type of establishment on their own, again, not directed by the Assembly. Benefits to establishments that have consumption on site are numerous. There are plenty of medical patients in government-subsidized housing, both on base and off base, who have no place to safely consume their medicine. We need to allow the cannabis community to fill this need. Additionally, it would be best for tourists to have a safe place to consume as well. I rented a car in Denver last month and it reeked of cannabis. The agency said that it's a problem because tourists come and don't have a place to go, so they use their cars instead. This would be much better for Anchorage to be forward-thinking, create safe locations for consumption by tourists, medical patients, and for adult use, while providing even more jobs and additional tax revenue-based economic stimulus for the city. We can lead the way for the rest of Alaska to look to our policies. As was already proposed to the Assembly a few days ago, a safe way to see consumption establishments come to fruition would be to create a conditional use permit for locations to offer smoking. We also don't want every bar and Starbucks to start being a consumption location, no more than you do. And this would give some local control back to the city. There would also be signage, so everyone entering the premises would know that they might encounter cannabis smoke, and they can make their own decision as to whether or not to enter. Last, it would need to be enclosed to adhere to state law stating that smoking cannot be in the view of the general public. Thank you for consideration of this compromise presented that I think would satisfy all parties involved.
Thank you. Questions from Assembly members? Thank you, ma'am. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward.
Lee Haywood, Haywood. Most of you have known me. I've spoken to you a couple times this week, Mr. Trini. Being a trailblazer for the industry or a new idea that has perceived negative public connotations carries with it its fair amount of doubt and trepidation. Potluck events and the people who are going to grow this industry need a safe and fun, responsible place to consume cannabis products. Informed, educated decisions in regards to cannabis, not knee-jerk reactions to fears and stigmas that have been perpetuated through reefer madness and the war on drug tactics. Treating smoke as smoke, in the case of cannabis, is a bit short-sighted, although well-intended in order to negate a perceived public health threat. However, conclusive studies have not been readily identified in regards to the short-term and long-lasting effects of combustible cannabis smoke, and there have been hundreds of studies conclusively proving the negative effects of tobacco smoke. If smoke is smoke, where do we draw the line? Campfires, barbecues, smoking meats or fish, or even vehicle exhaust, all of which have been conclusively proven to emit toxic levels of carcinogens and other health hazards. Public consumption of cannabis has already been banned public consumption has already been banned, and though we respect the rights of those citizens that do not want to be subject to combustible secondhand cannabis smoke, we also ask the same right to consume in a non-public environment until the state regulations are defined. Among those citizens 21 and up to make informed, educated decisions on entering an environment where combustible cannabis smoke may be. Responsible, safe, fun environments should be at the forefront of the state and city's discussions and efforts to draft regulations that will serve the people of Alaska and those traveling to our great states in regard to cannabis consumption among tourists. This is the birth of a new industry, an industry that has been up until now in the shadows. Places like potluck events are providing and encouraging responsible entrepreneurs the opportunity to brand and market themselves by sharing of information and the promotion of their products, hopefully for future production or establishments once regulations are set by the state. The selling and pricing of products is strictly prohibited by club rules, which every member must sign and agree to. It is a sharing-only private environment, which is legal. We continue to be proactive as an industry to find ways to regulate responsible from within. Share those ideas with newcomers as well as up the bureaucratic chain. Potluck has previously invited state legislators, assembly persons, law enforcement officials, and the like to tour the club in an effort to be transparent to what the true environment and nature of Potluck Events Private Club is. We have established a sense of community and culture in addition to caveats and rules for membership. Potluck Events has provided a space where responsible emerging industry can discuss and promote ideas as well as organize. In Alaska, Cannabis Chamber of Commerce is in its infancy formation with nearly 50 members to date. Meetings are normally held at 6 p.m. Tuesday night at Potluck Events. We are also preliminary discussions with CHAR of Alaska and Dale Fox to create a cannabis industry training similar to TAPSA training for alcohol professionals or food handlers in an effort to engage responsibly. We are trying.
Mr. Haywood, your time is up, sir.
May I have one paragraph left?
One quick paragraph.
Thank you. We are trying to be as transparent as possible in order to engage and educate the 48% of Alaskans that did not vote yes on this proposition in order to remove the stigmas and fear. With the looming state budget shortfalls and threats of layoff, oil production decreasing every day, new industries such as cannabis should be embraced and promoted fully in all areas to include farming, hemp, and renewable far-reaching positive implications to foster Alaska. The people have spoken, and Alaskans who want to regulate this industry for Alaskans, our voices are coming out of the shadows, and hopefully the Assembly body, you can recognize the far-reaching positive potentials of this industry. We, the Potluck members, are here to help the process with solutions. Members of Potlucks are not trying to circumvent the laws. We're simply trying to maneuver them responsibly.
Thank you, Mr. Haywood. Your time's up, sir.
Mr. Training, I brought you
Mr.
your
Domowski.
substance of choice.
What? Good, thank you. We'll go through that one, too. Ms. Domowski.
Hey, you might have to disclose that one, Mr. Trainee. I'm just kidding. I still have every...
As soon as we're done with you, we need to take a 5-minute break. We have a computer problem.
Okay, that sounds good. I have every opportunity. No, that's not the word. I just lost my train of thought. I have every intention of still coming to Potluck to see what you guys do. I just have been kind of busy the last week. But my question is, are you the official representative of Potluck, or are you one of them?
I am a member only. I have not taken a dime from anyone through this whole thing.
No, that wasn't where I was going.
Okay.
I'll wait till somebody who can speak for the organization comes up to ask my question, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's all the question, Mr. Haywood. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We got to fix the computer problem. Your seats, we'll get started again. Sorry for the computer problem. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward.
Teresa Collins, Collins.
Hi, Teresa.
Hi. Good evening, members of the Assembly. My name is Teresa Collins, and I am one of the owners of Potluck Events Club in Anchorage, Alaska. When cannabis became legal in the great state of Alaska, my partners and I saw an opportunity to provide a safe environment for cannabis users to consume their own products. We also saw it as a great opportunity for people that were planning on going into the business to market themselves. Unfortunately, Alaskans do not have the same opportunities that Colorado and Washington businesses had as they had been able to operate under medical marijuana businesses. I researched the laws and was unable to find any law that prohibited this type of club. In fact, there are private cigar clubs in Anchorage where people bring their cigars and share them with other members. We opened our doors on March 21st and had overwhelming support from the community, and at that time it became so much more. We realized that there was a real need for clubs like ours. I cannot tell you how many people have thanked us and shared their stories with us to the point that we realized we needed to do more to support this industry. Currently, we have over 720 members that support this club. That is in just over 2 months of operation. Here are all of their contracts. In that support, we've had many hurdles we've had to overcome, one of them which brings us here today. Because Potluck Events is a private club and the way our business model is set up, the ordinance does not affect us. However, we do not support this ordinance in its entirety. We do agree that people should not be able to consume in public, and the state law clearly protects the residents who are not cannabis users against secondhand smoke from cannabis. I agree with the reasoning for the tobacco ordinance as that people that enter into public places for consumption of alcohol or entertainment should not be subject to secondhand smoke. In the tobacco ordinance, the city was able to provide burden of proof that secondhand tobacco smoke is dangerous to the health of others. With marijuana, there are too many conflicting studies, and I believe that the city must provide burden of proof on the health risk of secondhand marijuana smoke in order for this ordinance to be considered. Do not get me wrong. Again, we do not believe that cannabis should be allowed to be smoked in any public place. I believe that providing clubs like ours in the community will actually decrease the risk of public consumption and promote public safety. To date, we have not had any problems with our members, and we have not had to ask anyone to leave. In comparison, a bar in the same area as us has had several shootings, fights, and altercations. Most weekends, the police are in our parking lot after all of our members have left because of the safety concerns surrounding this alcohol establishment. Potluck Events deliberately closes at 11 p.m. to make sure that our members are not subject to the safety concerns we have for the parking lot after we are closed. Which brings me to our last point, tourism. Where are the tourists going to go to consume their cannabis products? If we do not have private clubs for them to go, they will consume on our streets, in their cars, hotels, parks, etc. How does that promote safe consumption in our community? Potluck Events has members from Canada, Ireland, Italy, Mexico, and all over the U.S. All tourists that we're seeking a safe, legal place to consume cannabis. I leave you with these questions today and ask that you consider all of the different options to make this industry a viable industry for the city and the state of Alaska. Anchorage needs places for people to use cannabis to consume and feel safe doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dombrowski has a question, ma'am.
Hi.
Thank you for coming. Can you describe for me interactions or commentary that you've received or been part of from either the ABC board or Cynthia Franklin?
I cannot comment on that until I speak with my attorney. So that's legal issues that I'm having a meeting with my attorney tomorrow, so I don't really want to speak on it in a public hearing at this time.
Okay, so you can just continue to just tell me you can't answer. That's okay.
Okay, thank you.
And I won't hold it against you. I'm trying to work through. So I have an email correspondence from Cynthia Franklin. It appears to be to you, in which a big portion of the campaign was to regulate marijuana like alcohol, and in which there's a paragraph here. I'm trying to find it really quickly, but the paragraph in here comments to the fact that you have come up with a business model whose equivalent in the liquor licensing rules is illegal and has been illegal for more than 30 years. The business model is not accounted for in AS 1738 unless the legislature explicitly creates a statute allowing for marijuana clubs. The business model will continue to be unauthorized. So I see that coming from the ABC board, and I'm thinking about the campaign to regulate marijuana, and I'm thinking your business model was based on basically something that's going to continue to be illegal. So that's a problem for this body, I think, especially when the state's making the overreaching rules. How are we going to navigate that?
Well, I'm hoping to actually have a meeting with Cynthia Franklin to discuss everything that was discussed in the email. I think that in the email, in my interpretation of the email, she did say that she cannot find any statutes or laws saying it's illegal. She says it is unauthorized, and if you insert marijuana where alcohol is in Title IV, then it would be illegal. At this time, it is not. I want to work with the state and the city to make sure that we have places like this that do have legal regulations. So.
Well, and I'll just push back a little bit. You're saying it's not. She's saying you're saying it's not illegal. She's saying it's not authorized. To me, that's semantics. It's, the rules haven't been drafted yet. This was a big part of the reason why I said let's draft the rules first.
Right.
The second part of my question to you is, are you familiar with the current smoking ordinance?
Yes, I am.
So the current smoking ordinance authorizes clubs, correct?
Correct.
So I would think you should be able to work within that.
Yeah, and like I said, I am, it doesn't affect our current business model, but I am a supporter of locations like potluck events because I do think that people need a safe environment to consume their marijuana products. My security staff is very, good with like making sure everybody's okay and all of our staff, and it just... we've invited several of you guys to come down there, but the feeling that we have, or the people, the members have when they're in there, is of safety. They feel safe within the walls. You cannot see us outside of our building. We do not have any windows, and nobody can come in unless they are 21 and they have signed a club rule. So,
can you remind me? You've told me twice, but can you remind me again? Where is your business located?
It's at 420 West 3rd Avenue.
Okay, that's where I was thinking. So we've touched on the ABC issue. We've touched on the potential of working within the current smoking ordinance. Are there any other things that you're concerned about that we're missing?
No, I think I talked about the big thing. I think is tourism, and again, providing safe places for people to consume their cannabis.
Okay,
that's my big thing.
Okay, my last question, since you brought it up, you said from the outside people can't see inside. You make sure to try to isolate that. What about smell? Can you smell it outside?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
A good percentage of mine were asked and answered. However, Ms. Collins, I wanted to ask you, we've received some concerns and comments from neighboring business. You're not alone in a standalone building, correct?
I'm not in a standalone building, no.
Okay. And so do you have separate ventilation that would ventilate just from whatever potluck?
We do have special ventilation. Not only that, but our hours of operation are while they are closed. Before we moved in, they gave us a letter stating that they knew we were moving in, and we have accommodated our hours to make sure that they're not there when we are there.
What are your hours?
Wednesday through Saturday, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. And then I guess my only concern is, and of course that's not only, the primary concern that I believe all of us had, while we're trying to build code, allowances, conditional use permitting from the planning department, from community development, from our licensing standpoint, we get it. There's a lot of people that are just itching to be that first business or that benchmark to provide for others to do it. If we've gone this way in the community, we need to do it correctly. My question is, and perhaps it's more rhetorical, is if we're getting information from the state, we're getting answers saying that it's not illegal, why would we be here? I mean, this is the issue that smoking in and of itself, the complaints we're getting is not just from your business, but it's from all around town. I'm living in an apartment building. I have cancer. I was a smoker myself. I'm not against smoking, but I can't have this. And now we're talking people's homes that they're paying rent for too. So this is not just about contact high or whether they're studies or whatnot. We're talking very real people with very real concerns. They're asking their government, how can we help? This is why we're addressing that.
Thank you, and I completely agree that there needs to be safety rules, and there needs to be a proper ventilation. We have devices within our location that help with the smell that we've bought and installed. So I want to work with you guys and with the state. Again, this was all very surprising to me. Some of the allegations that were made in Cynthia Franklin's email were not accurate to the conversation that we had with the person that's complaining. I felt that it was misrepresented. But again, we've been there since March 21st. I have spoke to several of their workers. I've always said if there's any problems, we want to work with you. They wrote a letter knowing that we were going to be there in the beginning. We've been completely transparent. I've never tried to hide anything. We don't make money. We make enough money to pay our bills, pretty much. We are not selling cannabis. There is no money being transferred hands for any cannabis products. We are allowing a place for people to bring their products and share them. There is no, I cannot stress that enough. That is one of our #1 rules. So in fact, Mr. Trainee had an email from somebody that said that they bought cannabis from Potluck Events. Well, that person isn't even a member. I looked up the person's name. They're not even on our membership list. But if they were, they would be terminated. That's one of our rules. If there's any allegations of people buying or selling marijuana within the club, they are terminated immediately, and then they have a lifetime ban to the club. So, and that is a rule.
That's all the questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hello, and thank you for having us here today. I appreciate it. My name is Linda Ronan, R-O-N-A-N, and I am speaking to represent myself today. I am a small business owner. I'm a volunteer in the community with the hospital and many other things I have been involved in. I used to teach kids how to say no to alcohol and drugs with the Anchorage School District and out in the villages, and it was a very successful program. I think it's very good that we are listening to everybody, and we need to speak the truth and know the difference about Proposition 2 is not about youth. It's a need for us to remember that this is about adults. And I do belong to the Pot Club. I have waited for over 50 years to have an opportunity to sit somewhere where I could listen to some nice music and not have drunks around. I don't drink alcohol. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't drink coffee. I'm a Coca-Cola habit. And I've been smoking pot since I was 30 years old. I was very sheltered and did not get to go to, what was it, the big thing that they had in New York City? Anyway, I think marijuana, we chose Proposition 2 to be regulated like alcohol, not smoking. And I believe that we need to follow that rule. Secondhand smoke is bad. No one has ever died from marijuana smoke or smoking. Cigarettes, yes, millions have. In fact, my father died from it, my stepfather, whom I adored. But if you continue to fight this vote, which we all know how it was written, you're not being statesmen like we voted for you to do. You're supposed to follow what we vote for. I noticed last time when the youth were here, the high school students just graduated, and they were appalled that they got up here and said, this is not what we learned about democracy. I thought they voted for you. People voted for the adults. Our parents voted for you, they said, to follow what people vote for. So this was a big shock to them. We all know this happens a lot, but not to the youth. So you have the responsibility to help our community grow in this endeavor. It is not going to hurt people. It needs to be followed. You must allow yourselves to become educated, not be fooled by the fears or junk science or personal opinions by those who have never even tried or used marijuana. This is an enormous number of real-life Alaskans, qualified voters who use and experience, and you can learn from them. I personally know powerful and professional people who use marijuana and have for many years, and I'm sure, how many of you out here know people that smoke marijuana responsibly? Please raise your hand. Thank you.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Okay, I'm ready to give up, but we deserve statesmanship, and I would really appreciate having it from you and not trying to do this. Oh, one more thing I have to say. Being a landlord, I should not have to tell my people that are renting apartments that they can't smoke in their own room. This needs to be changed.
We have some questions for you. Ma'am?
Yes.
We have some questions. Mr. Honeman?
Is it Roman or Ronan?
Ronan, like
Okay.
Conan.
Ronan, okay. Ms. Ronan, and it's not really a question, it's more of a comment briefly. I'm willing to abide by the vote of the people, which of course we have to acknowledge wasn't an overwhelming majority and it wasn't 100% turnout, nor are any elections. I won't pretend.
Yes, exactly, they're
But
not.
it's an elected representative group. But more importantly, I know what Proposition 2 said, and that said that there were dates, there were given dates when regulations and law, and if we're going to treat it like alcohol, to be fair, alcohol has regulations, licensing, and rules that go along with it. And what I'm seeing is people who are very anxious to begin their operation of marijuana, and they're skirting what are either they're not laws in place, and so they're pretending, if you will, that there are no laws so we can do it. And secondly, there are no laws, but we're discussing it, and so now what we're doing is we're being reactive. So as a body, I take a little bit of an offense being told, hey, we already voted for this, just let it happen. That's not how it's going to happen. That's not what was in Proposition 2, and that's not what the people voted on. So we will have regulations. There's going to be state regulations and likely be lots of municipal regulations. Until that happens, I'm asking my constituents and I'm asking people that are here and people that are watching, just simply be patient and work with us. Don't try to buck it, because now we're spending a lot of our time trying to address problems from within the community, concerns from our constituents. The other parts of the people who either voted against it or weren't even aware of what was the consequences to it. So I understand people's liberties and their rights, and you as a landlord can rent to as many by you choose to. But there are people who are living in apartments all around town who are calling me and saying, hey, I've got lung cancer. I can't stand this, and I can't afford to move. Please help. Do something. That's where we're at. Thank you.
Mr. Starr.
You're welcome, but I have to respond that smoking was not part of this. You know, it was like alcohol, and you have brought up the smoking, not us. And people you shouldn't be doing that. You're going against what the people voted for. And having the potluck club, we need a place for tourists.
Ma'am, we've got another question. Mr. Starr.
Do you have a question for me, sir?
A request more than that. If you could come to one of our meetings when we debate and discuss the regulation of a conditional use for alcohol consumption. There's two parts of it, of course, is the alcohol permit, and then there's also what we do for the actual facility regulation. And so I think that's what Mr. Honeman's trying to say, is that we get Prop 2, but with the similarity to alcohol, I would hope that you could see how that is going to happen to us next. And smoking is an element of that, because we look out for some of that. So I'm talking about all those ridiculous things, conditional uses and terms and conditions of operation. So as the industry starts to educate itself, understand that that'll likely be the platform that will go and do hard work. And my pledge has always been to do the hard work on the regulations. Not a big regulation guy, but they're coming. So as the audience starts to grow, let's all be educated together on that. We're learning your industry, your consumption trends, and then now the idea, if we're going to use the platform regulated like alcohol, that conditional use permit process and the allowability by location is what's going to come down your way. So it could be that they've got a great place. Some of the regulatory stuff that we would put in there, ventilation and all the other stuff, sounds like this operation that's being displayed in front of us is doing all of that. So it's helpful for that to be educated through those that are passionate about the conversation. So pick a boring one, come to, when we authorize terms and conditions, we do them typically every meeting. We did several last meeting. a couple breweries and the terms and conditions for their conditional use.
I agree about the regulations,
Yes,
and
I know you do.
I really do.
I know you do.
But I think it doesn't say there's a law against marijuana right now. It doesn't say that. So that's where I'm coming from.
Fair enough.
But-
Not all consumption is smoked, of course, as you.
No, exactly.
Thank you.
Exactly. And I went next door to, I think, the people that complained, because one day we were having a meeting, there was no smoking going on in there. I went next door because a baby kept crying and crying and crying. I have worked with kids. I had to get up and go over next door and find out what was wrong with this child, because nobody was paying attention, and this baby just kept crying and crying and crying.
Well,
and I went
you're
over
certainly
and
location specific on this, and as Mr. Honeman said, it's a broader conversation. I'm not hiding behind that, but we're going to get there, and I think the regulations will allow that flexibility that you're looking for.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Stark. Thank you, ma'am. There are no other questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Adele Davis, D-A-V-I-S, and I am highly concerned about what this would do to me as a property owner and a landlord. And Mr. Holman, what you brought up, that you're getting complaints from people that live in apartment complexes, is exactly what brought me here this evening. Understand, I am a member of the Potluck Club, and I hear both sides. But this, what you're trying to do, goes far beyond the potluck. You are talking about creating a whole new burden on property owners and landlords here within Anchorage. And I have been trying to reach out since I've become aware of this to other landlords to let them know about this ordinance. This is far-reaching, far beyond the cannabis industry here. As an owner of a fourplex, I repeat, I do not want to have to make my buildings completely smoking and or non-smoking when it comes to cannabis. And I feel that that would be an undue burden on me as a landlord, being that I own rental property from Girdwood to Peters Creek. Am I to be running daily from each property up and down the halls to see if I smell anything? If once a person rents an apartment from me, that becomes your castle, your home. And if you have an ounce in your home and you choose to smoke it, I do not want to have to come to you because one person in the building says, I don't like it. Especially not when you are able to buy a $40 to $60 charcoal filter and take care of any smell that might be in the building. And Ms. Dombowski, I encourage you to go down to the potluck event. As you go in their door, there is a little window area where they make sure that you have your ID and your membership and everything like that in place. Their ventilation is to the point of where when you first go in that door, there may be 20, 30, I think I've been in there before when there's maybe been upwards of 50 people smoking, and when you first walk in that door, you don't smell anything because she's on it. Now, I'm not saying, whether or not I understand that the licenses for businesses or licenses cannabis, period, are not out yet. But what I'm saying is that there is a reasonable way to go about this. And just banning it, period, with this heavy-handed, far-reaching, that's, like I said, if any of you are landlords, if you're actually thinking about the extra amount of burden you're putting on yourselves, I think we need to rethink this. And I also think that the homeowners and property owners and landlords association needs to be given the opportunity to see how this would affect all of us, because like I said, it's not just about the cannabis industry. This goes a bit far. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm not used to somebody being done that fast. Thank you. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening. Johnny Furlong, F-U-R-L-O-N-G. And I want to thank you very much, Assembly members, for your time and your service to the community. I know this is a sacrifice. I'm with Cheeky Monkey Alaska. It's a born and bred Alaskan franchise retail shop that will be working within this industry, but will actually not be a dispensary. However, for full disclosure, individual franchise owners may or may not apply to be a dispensary of their own choosing where permitted. We will offer optional back office services to assist them in staying compliant and secure, but part of the business plan is to be able to have a location, a non-smoking lounge area where people can enjoy the environment and be able to enjoy the connoisseur aficionado environment we're trying to provide. But another element we're wanting to do is open deck, for restaurants or in the summertime. And I just have some concerns, not so much specifically for this exact ordinance, but an overall view of approach that I would like to please address to you as an entrepreneur and as a cannabis user and as a member of the community. The communities around this amazing state hold the right to decide and enact certain levels of regulation, as we all are aware. This is a respected authority, and that respect and authority rests on the foundational principle that the citizenry which voted for cannabis rights to at least be partially restored can expect all those in the seat of decision-making to be or quickly become an expert on this extremely vital issue that is before a standard of prohibition is unnecessarily and harmfully set. And I like to use a story of when I used to work for Culligan Water in Colorado. I went to a zinc factory and changed out their water filtration, and I didn't know what zinc was at the time, and all these men were walking around breathing in this white dust, and I was just like, how can this be legal with all this? Must be terrible for the respiratory. And of course, I was a little ignorant at the time, but found out after talking to the supervisor that zinc is one of the most healthiest, as we all know now, the very strong for the immune system. And if I would have been in a position to make a decision in that ignorance, then I could have detrimentally affected that business. So what does this have to do with prohibition in cannabis? If we can present living testimonies that supports the scientific and the psychiatric evidence of cannabis use in a professional adult manner, as many people raised their hands tonight to show, then it goes to reason that many of these folks will be able to use this in a public setting, in an adult setting, without having to worry, and shouldn't have to worry about over-restriction and prohibition based on being too busy or for whatever reason not getting all the information together before establishing regulations. And since the state of Alaska has seen fit to not differentiate between medical and recreational, it does cause a certain problem, because there are probably many people that could raise their hands, I won't ask them to, that have medical conditions that they need cannabis throughout the day. There needs to be an attitude, I feel, of education and enlightenment and pursuit of knowledge before we try to over-regulate, because some of this is heavily medically motivated, but recreationally I think that we can prove that the industry can regulate and not push away potential new customers from our environment. So more to say, but I just want to say thank you very much, and I look forward to us all moving responsibly forward in this. Thank you.
A couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Nabowski.
Thank you for coming tonight. I enjoyed your testimony. One of your comments you made, you were talking about a prohibition of cannabis. And do you recognize that this ordinance before us tonight is not anything to do with the prohibition of cannabis?
Yes, ma'am. What I mean by prohibition, I appreciate the time to clarify. What I mean by prohibition could be ban or any type of limit put on the citizenry without due diligence. And that's my biggest concern, is that this does play into a form of ban or prohibition.
No, I'm going to take exception. Our general rules, we're not allowed to argue with people testifying.
Yeah.
But when you being the citizens of Alaska, passed the ordinance,
yes, ma'am,
they specifically charged us with drafting regulations.
Oh,
so
yes,
putting regulations and stipulations on that process.
Yes.
So by doing what we've been charged to do,
yes,
I'll just push back at you and tell you it's not a prohibition or a ban. It's us doing our job.
Yes,
but
ma'am,
the second point that you had mentioned in your testimony is you had referred to being able to consume in a public setting. And I would like to clarify that, because it's my understanding that Prop 2 specifically said public consumption was not allowed.
Yes, and I, again, appreciate that was in my notes. So I appreciate that opportunity. What my desire to do is to share the encouragement to you folks to not that there can't be regulation, not that there can't be a limitation. We're all for that. We've all agreed with that. But when regulation is based on a phone call about I have cancer and I can't move, that's demagoguery. And now we're playing on people's emotions. And what I want us to do is I want us to play on the scientific facts that the cannabis smoke is in fact not as harmful as tobacco, and that as regulators and as people in your position, it's not that I'm asking you to throw everything out the window, out the door. What I am asking is that before you go forward with what would be prohibitive steps, let us please become or be experts on the topic. Don't allow demagoguery or a moral, some type of moral compass that directs you if that in fact contradicts what many of us in this room can stand up and say health-wise, we're proving the science. Here's your testimonies.
Thank you for your
Here's your eyewitnesses that it is good for you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hello.
Hey, ma'am.
My name is Charity Carmody. My last name is spelled C-A-R-M-O-D-Y. I am the president of Beacon Hill, which is a foster care and adoption community resource center. I believe you all received my email regarding this issue. We supervise visits for kids who are in foster care with their biological parents, hoping to promote reunification of them and to recruit foster families. As you know, it's a much needed thing in our community. There are over 1,100 children in Anchorage alone in the foster care system and in the state's custody. We serve those families. We also provide mentor families for those kids and their families, again, to promote community, provide a network. So what happened is we serve about 30 families a week, and they spend anywhere from 3 to 5 hours in our facility each week. And yes, some of them do cry, because kids do that. And so we are privately funded. We receive no money from the state, municipal, or federal government. We are just a community group that do this out of the goodness, and most of us are volunteers doing this. Unfortunately, our landlord leased the space next to us to Potluck Events in March of this year against our wishes. And Potluck Events, as you know, is a marijuana club where they get together and smoke weed and have edibles. Although Potluck Events is a prohibited club under the current statute, and I can provide documentation that it is not, they are operating illegally according to the current law. They are continuing to operate, and now we are subjected to their secondhand tobacco smoke because there is no HVAC system in our building. It's an old building, and we actually share a heating system, so there's like holes in the walls where the vents come through, and we, in order to keep the heater going, because it's like a forced air garage heater. In order to do that, we have to provide air escape, and so we have to keep the door open. And so then we get inundated with marijuana smoke consistently. And what is happening now is the foster kids during their visits at Beacon Hill are subjected to secondhand marijuana smoke. The smell is overpowering because so many people are smoking indoors. We share a main wall, and again, there's no HVAC system. The parents who are trying to get their kids back, most of them subject to random urine analysis, are having to come to the facility and deal with the same secondhand marijuana smoke. We've had OCS workers actually think that some of the parents are relapsing because they come out of our facility smelling like weed. We have OCS caseworkers complaining about this issue. OCS management is currently looking at how they will draft their opinion about potluck events being next to our facility. Our mentor families are complaining. Beacon Hill employees are leaving work smelling like weed and having headaches. This is simply just the issue of smoke. We are also greatly concerned about sharing our parking lot with the many people coming out of potluck events that are under the influence of marijuana. As a valuable community resource, we are urging you to treat marijuana smoke the same as tobacco smoke. This is simply a way to come alongside us and fight to protect our kids and our families. I'll leave you with this. The American Lung Association says this exactly on its website. Smoking marijuana clearly damages the human lung, and regular use leads to chronic bronchitis and can cause immune-compromised person to be more susceptible to lung infections. No one should be exposed to secondhand marijuana smoke due to the risk it poses to lung health. The American Lung Association strongly cautions the public against smoking marijuana as well as all tobacco products. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your service to our community, and thank you for helping us protect our most vulnerable kids.
We have a few questions, if you don't mind, ma'am.
Yes.
Ms. Johnston?
Hi, over here. What hours do you operate?
Well, we operate Monday through Friday from about 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. We had to cut down on Monday and Tuesday because they were hosting events, so then we shut down about 4 on Monday and Tuesday, but we also host events on the weekends sometimes. And then I'll also speak to the issue of there's a church directly above potluck events that I attend, and it has actual vents in the floor where we are literally clearing the smoke when they are having an event downstairs. So it's affecting all of the tenants in the building.
And what do you think their hours of operation are?
The church?
No, the potluck.
On their website, it says, I think Wednesday through the weekend from like 6 to 9 or whatever. What we find is that about 4 o'clock, I don't know if it's staff members or who, but 4 o'clock the smoke kind of starts in. On the weekends, of course, it's more frequent than that, but on the weekdays, it's about 4 o'clock that we start to smell it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Dembowski.
Ms. Johnson just actually asked my question, but I've made the same pledge to you that I want to come and tour your facility too, so I can hear from both sides and kind of see it for myself. With respect to the current ordinance in front of us, is it your testimony that you're in support of it or opposed to it, the smoking?
I'm in support that it be treated like tobacco smoke, because in this situation, this is a public facility and smoking would not be legal.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify? Welcome, sir. Come on.
Good evening. Thank you for the time and give me the opportunity. My name is George Stewart. I'm a retired medical doctor, and my specialty in medical practice was lung disease. So I am very aware of the adverse effect of tobacco products being burned and their effect on the lungs and lung health. Marijuana is a tobacco product. When it's smoked in a cigarette or any other form, it does send out fumes, which include carbon monoxide and at least 72 other identified toxic chemicals. It should be added, I agree totally with 2015-65, that marijuana smoking should be added to the indoor smoking ban, which we worked very hard to get passed in Anchorage over the last decade. I think it has been incredibly beneficial to health of workers and other people, and I think marijuana should be added to that also. Are there any other questions in terms of the toxicity of marijuana smoke?
Questions from
It is a smoking product, and therefore it gives off toxic chemicals.
So there don't be any other questions. Don't appear to be any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Welcome, sir.
My name is Marcus Moore. I'll be speaking as just a private citizen today. I just want to clarify on what the doctor said about it being a carcinogen and harmful to your body. You can't debate that, but what I want to debate is bring it to more of a legal aspect of the burden of proof. There is no burden of proof. If you look at what the House of Representatives just went over on Monday of this week, talking about 90 minutes at a federal level on what the reasons why they won't take off a Schedule I narcotic and make it into a controlled substance to where we can drop it off the controlled substance list, is the fact that there's no burden of proof, that nobody wants to take the acknowledgement for the burden of proof to actually pay for this medical research. If you look back in the Raven Law, when they dictated what their aspects of coming through with passing that law, is that you have to be burdened with the proof to prove to me that is as lethal as tobacco smoke. Now, the federal government just went through their whole debate session on the fact that it would take millions and millions of dollars and at least 100 years to take every individual strain of cannabis there is and do a medical research and put a baseline to compare it with tobacco. And for that aspect, I would just like to know who's fronting that money. At Assembly level, are we going to start it off at first in the country, to start off as a state to supply the first movement to get the research that we actually need, instead of hearsay and propaganda and just 1 year or 2 year against the 40, 50 years of research on tobacco level, that marijuana is not included into this, never was brought along for any of these studies. So when I, get an FDA federal study from a federal government saying that, hey, this is the burden of proof that we can actually go ahead and state, along with the cigarette smoke that you guys, we all voted for, the ban, that is not healthy to have cigarette smoke. Well, there was actual years and millions of dollars put into this research, which there has not been, to this day, years of extensive research to have a baseline for a tobacco product. So, thank you.
There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hi, sir. Don Smith, Assembly. Everybody keeps bringing up the word fact. I don't think they have any facts. I first smoked my first weed in 1967 over in Vietnam. And I worked with a lot of kids on alcohol and drugs. But as far as this contact high, I'll take every one of you down to their smoke shops. I'll set you in there for 2 to 3 hours, and I'll bring you out, and I'll UA you, and you'll be hot. Now, let's talk facts. If you disagree with that, take them all down there for 2 or 3 hours, and we'll end that one. The bottom line is it should be under the same rules as smoking. It was passed to legalize. It wasn't passed to force it down into places where it shouldn't be. That's your job. These people seem to not understand that it was only passed. This group of individuals was elected, in this case, to make our standards for it to be smoked under. Not the people that are walking in here saying, okay, it was passed, this is not the Wild Wild West. I don't want to take any of my grandchildren down to a city function and everybody standing around smoking weed. That's not what I've been in Alaska for. Now, you set the rules, and as time goes by, perhaps we may change some. But for right now, we don't know enough about it. Everybody's wanting to jump right in and say, okay, let's make all these rules. We want this, we want that. Well, excuse me, yes, it got voted in. But it didn't vote to take all the rights from the people that don't want to have it around them. Let's just slow down here. And these people talk about being responsible. Yes, let's be responsible. Let's slow down. And as far as the health, like I say, I'll take any one of you. Well, I won't, but I'll have some friends of mine take you in a place that they're running, and I'll let you go in there for 2 to 3 hours, and I'll bet you, I'm a betting man too. I'll bet you $1,000 each that I UA you and you come up dirty. Now that's facts if you want to go find out. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. There are no questions. Welcome, Mr. Clary. How are you, sir?
Very well. How are you?
Spell your last name for the clerk, if you would.
C-L-A-R-Y. My name is Andy Clary.
Thank you.
Thank you, members of the Assembly, for the opportunity to speak tonight. It's been a while since I've been in this chamber. I'm actually a foster parent now, and that's one of the reasons I'm not in here as much. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of AO 65. It's simple the way it's written. I think you all understand what it does. It adds marijuana to the definition of smoking. Therefore, all of the smoking ban ordinance that went into effect also would apply to marijuana and marijuana products. I'm in favor of that. I think the previous speaker hit the nail on the head. There are conflicting studies, and there are, and someone earlier read the statement from the health organization about the effects of marijuana and marijuana smoke. And I think with the risks being unknown at best, this is not something we want to put in front of children. And that's exactly what's happening today at Beacon Hill. This is an organization that I've had the pleasure of just getting to know over recent months, and they are doing really good work, work that is needed in Alaska. You heard Charity talk about 1,100 children that are in foster care right now. This is one organization that doesn't take a dime of public money, totally private funded. And they, in my opinion, have one of the best chances of helping end the cycle of child abuse and neglect in Alaska. And I would like to see them flourish, be able to continue to do what they do. And to hear some of the stories that are coming out has concerned me. And I would like to find a way to resolve it, and I think this is one of them.
Thank you, Mr. Clary. Questions from Assembly members? Thank you.
Thank you.
How many foster kids do you have now, 1 or 2?
2.
2. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Oh, Kathy. Spell your last name for the clerk, would you?
Yes. Kathy Gleason, Cathy-Gleason, Chair and members of the Assembly, thank you for allowing the public to address this ordinance that includes regulations with regard to exposure to secondhand smoke from marijuana use. I'm a cancer survivor. I've never smoked, I've never chewed tobacco, but I got cancer in my tongue. And I don't know why, but the oncologists and doctors that I consulted with 17 years ago said, I think there's something chemically in you that triggered this. So I have tried very hard to avoid any kind of secondhand tobacco smoke. It's not that easy. The regs right now say you have to be 20 feet from the entrance of any kind of building. Anybody knows that 20 feet is nothing. You can smell it. You're breathing it in. I mean, frankly, I'd like to see that strengthened, and it absolutely should apply to marijuana secondhand smoke as well. I literally get sick to my stomach within seconds of exposure to both marijuana and cigarette smoke, tobacco smoke. I looked up a couple of things on the internet. One references Health Day, which I have to admit I'm not familiar with. The other is the American Lung Association. And I'll kind of jump around here, but it does say that exposure to marijuana secondhand smoke can reduce blood vessel function. It can increase a person's risk of developing hardening arteries, which could lead to a heart attack. Smoke is smoke. Both tobacco and marijuana smoke impairs blood function similarly. This was done as a result of research, and the cardiovascular researcher and professor said people should avoid both, and governments who are protecting people against secondhand smoke exposure should include marijuana in those rules. So I think this is a really appropriate thing for you to do. It even goes on to say even advocates for marijuana legislation acknowledge that secondhand marijuana smoke can be detrimental to health. And they reference Mitch Erlingwine, a psychological professor at the University of New York and Albany, and chairman of NORML, a nonprofit that works for legalization of marijuana. He says, we consistently encourage all cannabis users to consider vaporizers instead of smoking implements. Anyone hanging around cannabis users should certainly avoid smoke-filled rooms and encourage all their friends to vaporize instead of inhale smoke. I appreciated the doctor's previous testimony, and I certainly don't want to usurp anything that he said. According to the Lung Association, both tobacco, but I'll just wrap up. It does say, and this is from the American Lung Association, secondhand marijuana smoke contains many of the same toxins and carcinogens found directly inhaled in marijuana smoke, and in similar amounts, if not more, and also goes on to say that tobacco smoke and marijuana smoke both contain thousands of chemicals, many of which are toxic. Burning tobacco produces more than 7,000 chemicals, including hundreds that are toxic and 70 that are linked to cancer.
Kathy, your time is up, ma'am.
Okay. I just had a bottom line.
Assembly members.
Pardon?
There are no questions. Oh, there we go. Mr. Honeman has a question.
Kathy, bottom line what?
Yeah, bottom line, and this is literally how the American Lung Association ended their article online. It said, smoking marijuana clearly damages the human lung, and regular use leads to chronic bronchitis and can cause an immune, compromised person to be more susceptible to lung infections, and I'm afraid that I may fall into that category. It goes on to state no one should be exposed to secondhand marijuana smoke. So I appreciate your support of this ordinance and even consider strengthening and increasing the length, the distance, 20 feet, and make it larger. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly. My name is Sean Deckert. Last name is Deckert. I am also a member, and I work at Potluck Events, although I am here today on my own behalf as a citizen of Alaska. I want to tell you thank you and tell you that I do not envy you in your work that you have to do here, but I would like to remind you that you all volunteered for this. You have a very tough job ahead of you. You have to try to make two groups of people happy, probably more than that. As a cannabis user and as a member of the Potluck and as a citizen of Alaska, I want to tell you that I have absolutely no desire to walk into a school ground, park, or hospital and smoke a joint at all. And I would argue that nobody here supporting or against this ban ordinance feels the same way. So consider this whenever you guys are putting this into place, is that we do need a place to go smoke. If we can't do it in our own houses, we can't do it in a park, we can't do it on the street, we can't do it in our backyards, for crying out loud, because if it upsets our neighbors, then we get in trouble. So without a place for us to do this, what shall we do? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. There are no questions, sir. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Alex Aslin, last name Asselin, and I'm speaking here on behalf of myself as an Alaskan citizen and an Anchorage resident. I'm also a member of Potluck Events. I do believe something along these lines will target somebody like myself. I won't be able to buy a house for, 5 years or so, and I'm stuck renting along with a lot of my friends. Something along these lines will not only hinder our abilities to have a private club or a safe, fun setting where we can consume marijuana if we can at our apartments, but it also, if this is passed, we kind of have nowhere to go. If we don't have a friend with a place, where do we go to do it? Then we resort to the streets, the cars, the hotels for tourists, and that's where the problems start. I do want to just speak on behalf, or speak against this in that aspect, that passing something along these lines may encourage use in places that would be illegal under number 2, Prop 2. Thank you. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Cindy Adamson, and I am ADA MSON, and I'm the operations manager for Beacon Hill. I pretty much stay in that facility Monday through Friday from 9 till 7, sometimes 8 o'clock at night to do books or to man families there. As I've listened to most of the discussions that have gone on here, I've heard the pros and cons. I've heard the yays and the medical and everything. I am totally for ordinance AO 65. My reasoning behind it, of course, is that being in that facility, yes, we have experienced secondhand smoke. Whatever kind of ventilation system that they have acquired there, unfortunately, is not working. But I will tell you that it does not take a whole room of people to create smoke. It can take 1 or 2 people that decides to go bong hitting or smoke a blunt. And it depends on the location where they're smoking. So if it's near the ventilation system, which is near the back door, as Charity had stated, that is near our heater vent, that if we close that door, it blows the pilot light out of our heater, then of course we aren't able to have heat in the house for our families. The other concern that I have more than anything is that the majority of our families, which we have over 30 families at this time, and we have done within the year over 70 families, that 90% of them are addicts. We are living in a state that we have a huge addiction problem. very huge. So I really would have to sit back that these families have had their kids taken away because of situations with their addiction. So here we are trying to work with these families to create and help them with their case plan, to try and mentor them, re-encourage them, and get them built back up and to get their children back. And then what happens is I have family members between guest families, caseworkers, host families, and foster families come into the Beacon Hill and get overwhelmed by the power of pot smoke. In fact, I even had a woman address me the other day and asked me whether or not I smelled dog poop, which if anybody has ever smelled stinkweed, it does have a somewhat of a smell like that. And I'm very aware of marijuana. So my concern is that we're trying to work with these addicts, and in order to get them with their children back, they do get exposed to this. It does trigger their addiction when they are going through retreats or recoveries, and then they come in and they have this smell. It does trigger their addiction problem. We do have a caseworker that did come up and did approach and ask us if this place did smell like marijuana. And the reason why she asked, and then I will end, is because she was concerned that it was her family that was smelling and came in high. So there's real bad pros and cons on this one inside Beacon Hill. So I thank you for listening.
There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Chris Carmody. I'm a pastor at Heart of the City. And Heart of the City is the leaser of the space above potluck events. And I am in favor of the secondhand smoke ordinance that you have here tonight. And I think, I'm not qualified to speak on any medical either benefit or detriment to a human. But I will say this, we have a church which we think is very unique and it's very cool. Basically, you have to have a tattoo to get in type of church. So what that brings with you is you bring an addict crowd. Not that all people that have tattoos are addicts, but you end up having we minister to a lot of addicts, and but beside all of that, we minister to quite a few felons. And what happens in a situation like this is that you eliminate choice for these people. Because if they go into a space that is full of marijuana smoke, which we have had in numbers of times, we made the mistake one night of having a men's group on actually 420, and it was the smoke was so thick in there that some of the guys that are on UAs actually have to leave because it takes their choice away. They can't come to church for fear of testing hot. And so that's one of the reasons why I think it's unfair to neighbors to actually have this ordinance in play. Neighbors that share walls. Now, if we went to a time before this ordinance in, say, I don't know, 1972 or something like that, we wouldn't have chosen the space that we were in. We would have chosen a space that doesn't share any walls if we would have known that we would have been up against secondhand smoke. But this is a huge surprise to us. It's like, all of a sudden, we were there for a year, and then an entity that likes to smoke marijuana, whatever that is, I mean, I'm not judging that. I'm just saying that all of a sudden we have secondhand smoke pouring through the vents that we were really surprised about. And I think that what it's doing is it's taking away choices for us. We can't do what we want to do. And it's not like we operate on 2 hours on a Sunday morning. I mean, we have a group in there right now, actively, a band that's playing right now. We have, we encourage the arts, we encourage music. We won't even try to have a First Friday event in that the smoke would be billowing upstairs. We've decided to move because we feel like our choices have been limited in the space that we are in, and it's not something that we would want to invite people to on say a First Friday evening. If we go until say 9 or 10 o'clock at night, we know that the place will be full of smoke, and so We would just like to have our choices back. We'd like to have our freedoms back. And if we knew that we were up against this, if we knew that there would be the potential to have a secondhand smoke problem, we would have made the responsible decision to not be in, say, a strip mall or not be in a building that actually shares any wall or floor space at all. But that's not the case. And so that's why we feel as though it's a bit unfair. And we're very surprised by the fact that people can smoke indoors, smoke anything indoors. I don't care if it's birchwood. Yeah.
Mr. Carmody, you're saying you're moving from the location?
Yes.
Are other businesses also moving, do you know?
I don't know if other businesses are moving. I know that Beacon Hill has discussed how to get out of their lease in that. You know, it's an unfortunate thing. And again, we just feel like our choices are limited in the space, and that's an unfortunate thing, I think, for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We good? Yeah.
So now that you're the second tenant in the same building, so my curiosity is piqued. What does the landlord say?
Well, the landlord had assured us that there wouldn't be any smoking going on in the space, that it was going to be edibles, and I'm not, you know, I haven't smoked pot for a long time, and so I don't understand exactly how it goes down now. I understand there's a wax and there's dabbing and all of this.
Well, I'm sure you know more than I do.
Yeah, I don't know. I used to just, anyway.
No, I appreciate that comment. So,
We understood that there wouldn't be any smoke.
Sure. And
Yeah.
so, as, you know, just somebody who's objectively sitting here and listening, I hear Beacon Hill come up. First, I heard Potluck testify that, you know, they don't give off an odor. And then Beacon Hill comes up and testifies that, in fact, they smell an odor. And now you're another tenant that shares a wall with these people or
Right.
the building.
Yeah, and can I just speak to that just quickly? I think that, you know, if we were above a T-shirt factory, it would stink.
Oh, sure.
I mean, what are you going to do? But the problem with it is that we actually see smoke in the air. And we had a worship team meeting one night, and two of the people had kids, and we had kids watching kids upstairs, and it was like, look, I can't hang out here. This place is full of smoke. And so it just limits our choices. And the other part of it is like, hey, it may not be a health risk for you, but it'll get you thrown in jail. And it'll get you thrown in jail if you're on parole, okay? If you test hot. And so we can't have anybody who's on parole who has to get UAs in our space during a time that Potluck Events is operating.
Sure, I appreciate that. I don't know if you can speak to this at all. Maybe not. You can just tell me you can't. But if someone's on parole and their parole officer just smells it, do you know if that's a violation, or does it have to be a UA?
I'm not
That's okay.
qualified to talk about that. I don't have any idea. I do know that if you come up hot for whatever they're testing for, of course, it's a violation of parole and you get thrown in jail. So.
Thank you for the information. I appreciate
Sure.
it.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but it just seems to me we've heard a lot of testimony about the specific situation involving Beacon Hill and the Potluck Club.
Sure.
And, you know, while it's important to both sides, and you know, I don't want to dismiss that at all, it does appear to me that this is an ordinance that doesn't even apply to that situation. So as much as we spend time talking about these people's specific situation, it doesn't get impacted by this ordinance. Now, there may be other ordinances that will impact it, but this one would not prevent smoking in the Potluck Club, and it wouldn't help the Beacon Hill. So, I mean, to the extent we're dealing with this issue broadly, I think that's a good thing. But, you know, the details of their specific situation, unless you just want to use it by analogy to other situations, is just a bit misspent, I think. That is all. I guess it's a comment. Not a
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Gleason. Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, I would like to express my positive vote for this ordinance. And I have 3 people in my family that smoke marijuana, and one for medical purposes. And I have seen personally their situation degrade over time, and it's unfortunate. But I want to go back to the article, one of the articles my wife, Kathy, brought up from the American Lung Association. And there, in the references, there are 10 references to this 2-page article. And one of them is the National Institute on Drug Abuse, and it's Drug Facts Marijuana. And it says that there are many detrimental effects of secondhand smoke from marijuana, just as there is from tobacco. There is an article, one of these articles is on the pediatric marijuana exposures in a medical marijuana state. And that was an article written in 2013, and it states that the negative impacts on our kids, our children, is very detrimental, not only to their lungs, but to the rest of their bodies, brain function, stuff like that. So I just want to make sure that that you vote for this ordinance, and like my wife said, also consider increasing the size, the distance from front doors of public places. Thanks.
Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Paula Collins, C-O-L-L-I-N-S, and I'm a member of Potluck Events. I'm also Teresa's mom, and I volunteer my time down there checking IDs at the front door, filling out memberships, and I am a non-smoker of marijuana, and I have one of the smoke things right next to me, and I never smell any of the marijuana smoke right there at the door coming in. I do not get a contact high from the weed. And 2 weeks after I worked there, they drug tested me with a federal urine drug test, and I tested negative for all drugs. So I'm just here on behalf of Potluck Events. I think it's a great place to go. I love meeting all the people in there. I don't go to bars because I don't care for alcohol, but it's nice to be able to talk to people that have a mind and can think and everything. It's a great place to go, and if you don't let them go in there and smoke, where are they going to go and smoke? Out in public where it's not legal? It just seems like it contradicts what the law is trying to be put into effect. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman Trainee, members of the Assembly. I'm Marge Stoneking, S-T-O-N-E-K-I-N-G. I'm the Executive Director of the American Lung Association in Alaska. And you have heard much about what the Lung Association says on the topic of marijuana smoke and marijuana secondhand smoke. I'm not here to talk about the benefits or detriments of any product over another. I'm here to talk about secondhand smoke and secondhand smoke control. So it doesn't matter whether you can smell it or not, secondhand smoke contains ultrafine particulates. Ultrafine particulates are a pollutant both outdoors and indoors, and they are a health risk. They're tiny, microscopic specks of soot that come from any kind of combustion, including burning marijuana or tobacco. An ultrafine particulate, just to give you a sense of the size, where there are 20 in the diameter of a human hair. Because they're so small, they lodge deeply into your lungs and cross over from your lung tissue into your bloodstream. And that is the reason that within 20 minutes, you raise your risk for heart attack, 20 minutes of exposure to secondhand smoke. So that's the most immediate effect of secondhand smoke. Of course, there are longer-term effects. And no, we don't have as much studies on the long-term health effects of marijuana because until recently it's been illegal in this country, whereas tobacco use has been legal and thoroughly studied over the decades. Some of you on this body in this community had extensive conversations on the topic of secondhand smoke and secondhand smoke control, particularly in workplaces and public places in 2001 and again in 2006. This was not addressed at that time because it wasn't a legal product. Now that it is, I'm in support of AO 65 to add it to this ordinance to treat it like tobacco smoke. So Just to clarify what this ordinance does for those that weren't around in those days or didn't go back and read the original document that Mr. Trainee and his colleagues put forward at that time, it addresses workplaces and public places indoors. It does not affect residents. This does not affect multi-unit housing. An individual landlord can have a policy that says what they allow or disallow in their own facility, but that does not fall under this ordinance. Private clubs, there is a small exemption. However, if there is staff, a workforce, either volunteer or paid, that exemption does not apply. So the business under discussion tonight would fall under that ordinance. Are there any questions? Oh, furthermore, in 2006, the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning, the people who are engineers in the HVAC systems, put out a statement that there is no ventilation system that can remove the toxins from secondhand smoke. The only way to protect people from secondhand smoke is to remove it. So you can't isolate them and you can't ventilate it out, whether you can smell it or not. The only way to protect folks is to take it outside.
Thank you, ma'am. There don't appear to be any questions, and that's what the Surgeon General's report said, too.
Yes,
There's no
sir.
safe level of secondhand smoke.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Penny Helgeson. My last name is spelled Helgeson. I'm not a marijuana advocate. I would be lying if I say I never smoked marijuana, but I wouldn't say I was a consumer. However, I've done some research on this subject as well, not extensive. I'm no genius at this subject. But one thing I want to bring us back to is the law, as Mr. Evans pointed out, what we're discussing here. And that is whether or not we are going to regulate it as secondhand smoke, which means we're going to call it a harmful substance. So when you read Mr. Trainee's proposal here, there's a lot of words in here that I want to point out. Could damage the heart. Talks about other studies, although doesn't point to what studies are, that says possible problems. And also points to a study in 2013, but doesn't say who performed that study. Goes on to say that they do, however, suggest that we should be cautious. And then you also end it with it putting us in the circumstances where we are forced to inhale secondhand smoke. I think there's a lot of ifs in this proposal here. And I have found that once laws get passed, they're very difficult to turn around. So I think we need to look at all of the evidence and information to begin with before we pass a law that we don't know is really protecting anybody from anything. And we just had a lady talk about the American Lung Association, and we've had other references, and I too have printed out some information from the American Lung Association. I will point out that when we talk about smoke, we're not just talking about tobacco smoke being harmful or marijuana smoke being harmful. Any smoke is considered harmful. Wood-burning stoves, candles, fireplaces, all of those things create that particulate matter that she's referring to. So should we go to restaurants and say you can't have a fireplace in the restaurant? We are all exposed to that. It's a personal choice to go in there. Now, what it says, American Lung Association, June 2nd, 2015, it very specifically says, while there is no data on the health consequences of breathing secondhand marijuana smoke, there is concern that it could cause harmful health effects. I understand that. I understand we want to be especially cautious. But as a person who believes in a democratic society, I don't think we should pass laws without having the data there to say it is harmful, other than to say it's a smoke. Thank you.
There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, sir.
Hi, thank you. Name's Conrad Daly for the Alaska Cannabis Growers Association. In regard to all the comments that were referring to studies, I would like to cite one that all of you should actually go home and check out. It's a study by Dr. Donald Tashkin He was funded by NIDA, the National Institute on Drug Abuse, for the purpose of providing the study that everyone wants here today to prove that marijuana creates cancer, and it creates it in increased rates among heavy users. What he actually found and what his team actually turned out and the results from the study proved the opposite. To the individuals, it actually suggested the ones that used higher amounts had less of a cancer risk than ones that did not use at all. So that's a study you should look at. It was Donald Tashkin, T-A-S-H-K-I-N, and that was 2006. When cannabis was first researched in the 1960s by Raphael Mechoulam in Israel, little was known about the ingredients comprised in cannabis, and his research led him to the discovery of a psychoactive compound called tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC. After the discovery, this did not complete the research, rather it began it. The question, what gets people high, was answered, but it raised a more important question as to why. So THC discovery allowed science to use it as a tool. Humans, or animals for that matter, could get high from THC because we have receptors within the body. Why do we have receptors within our body for this? That's the next question. And so this discovery of THC provided a tool for humanity to use. By radioactively labeling THC, we can administer it into patients and put them under an MRI scanner. And then in this case, we can actually determine where the endocannabinoid receptors lie within the body and where they're concentrated. So in these studies that they conduct, this new information, Mechoulam begins to search for the endogenous compounds in the body that are produced naturally, those that are actually created for the purpose of the receptors that our body has for THC to bind to. Okay, so these are named endo because our body creates them endogenously in the plant. They are phytocannabinoids. Now, the most common endocannabinoid is called anandamide. Now, our body creates this, they actually name this anandamide for the purpose of it. I'll skip all this. So,
could you sum up quickly, sir?
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate it. The body produces cancer cells continually. Cancer cells are destroyed by the body's production of anandamide. So when we have cancer or carcinogens introduced into the body that create cancer, we can supplement our body's deficiency of endocannabinoids with phytocannabinoids to help combat our deficiency. And so what we actually found out through these studies is that the deficiencies of endocannabinoids within the body leads to disease. And so in one person it can manifest as cancer, in another person diabetes, in another person, like mine, it's similar to MS, neurological. And so I can supplement my deficiency with phytocannabinoids to relieve this. And so long story short, to sum it all up, the whole fact is that this study proved that it doesn't cause cancer for the simple fact that it is what is created within our body to help promote health and homeostasis. This is what keeps us centered and balanced.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate
No
you
questions.
giving me the extension.
Take care, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hello, I'm going to make a brief statement. My name's Denali Froner Kangas, Kangas, and I am for a place like Potluck Events. It is a safe place. They're all about discretion. I do not smell smoke outside of the building. I feel safe, and it's all about tourism. The tourists are going to be coming from the summer, and I'm really excited to say that Potluck Events does hold that. Address is 420 West 3rd Avenue. What better place than downtown Anchorage, Alaska? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Jessica Jansen, Jansen. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Potluck events in Anchorage, Northern Heights in the Valley, and Green Rush events in Kenai are all examples of safe, responsible, and social environments to consume cannabis. They are essential to the legal cannabis movement. We need a common sense approach towards accommodating the needs of the cannabis community. I, as part of the cannabis community, do not desire to consume cannabis in public. Rather, I prefer a legal, designated, safe place to consume cannabis responsibly. I believe designated private cannabis clubs will help keep public cannabis consumption to a minimum. Alaskan visitors, medical card-holding military dependents, seniors in government housing or nursing homes, and many people living in apartments that do not allow for cannabis consumption need a safe place to consume. With the ordinance, many people are forced to consume in public or even in their cars. There are several important benefits from the social aspects of cannabis clubs. Cannabis clubs, most importantly, serve as a crucial therapeutic and emotional support group for people with a wide variety of conditions. If there is a public consumption ban already in place, why add this additional ordinance? The burden of proof is on you as the Assembly to prove that cannabis smoke is equally as dangerous to tobacco smoke. Lastly, I must ask, are we treating cannabis like tobacco or alcohol? Thank you for your hard work on this monumental task of legalization.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify?
Good evening. My name is Bruce Schulte. It's spelled S-C-H-U-L-T-E. I'm the spokesman for the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis Legislation. I just want to make a couple points here. First of all, we agree in principle with the desire to keep marijuana consumption and smoke away from certain public areas, certainly away from children and other areas. We've had that discussion before where it came to the public consumption of marijuana. Marijuana is not tobacco, though. It's not, chemically it is different, and in its consumption patterns it's different. Tobacco smokers can simply step outside and smoke a cigarette. Marijuana consumers cannot because of the public prohibition on marijuana, on smoking marijuana. There's two arguments that have come up tonight repetitively that I just want to draw attention to. One is public consumption of marijuana, which, as I've mentioned, we've discussed before concerning a separate ordinance. The other one has to do with a specific business, potluck events. But this ordinance really doesn't address either one of those issues. This ordinance speaks to a much broader issue of private consumption of marijuana in designated spaces in the future. It doesn't, I would suggest that it really should not address this one business. Now, I'm a big fan of Cynthia Franklin's. I agree with her on almost everything. I think she's doing a fantastic job. On this one issue, I don't entirely agree with her, but honestly, I think that that's for potlucks, lawyers, and other people to discuss privately, not in the context of this ordinance. It's my hope that the statewide Marijuana Control Board will come up with a framework, regulatory framework, within which businesses like this can get a permit, they can apply for a conditional use permit, they can get a state permit, they can meet defined criteria for operations. There's been a lot of really valid points brought up tonight. The Beacon Hill folks, I think, are doing a great job. They have some valid concerns, and those should be heard, but in the context of a conditional use permit, not in consideration of a broad ordinance like this. Now, I know you guys are very patient in listening to all of our complaints and suggestions. However, we have a specific recommendation. Kim Cole, our communications manager, working with our attorney, did come up with some alternative text for this ordinance, which would basically create a carve-out, a provision in this ordinance such that when such a business is operating under the umbrella of a state or local license or permit, the consumption of marijuana on the premises would be allowable. So I would respectfully suggest that the ordinance be amended with such language. I believe we sent it to all the Assembly members over the weekend. It might have been resent today. I'd be happy to forward it to you again. And basically it goes back to a very similar terminology that we see in public consumption of both alcohol and marijuana, which basically says public consumption is unlawful unless they're operating under a state or local license or permit. I would submit that appropriate, similar terminology in this ordinance would be totally appropriate. I'm a big fan of potluck events. I think that they've done a really good job of trying to be good neighbors. But again, I think that that's more the subject for a conditional use permit and a different discussion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. We have a few questions. Mr. Evans first, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Schulte. Under your proposed modification, where such businesses would only be able to operate if they were actually operating under some local or state law that allows it, Are you talking about that would, like in the situation here where there are no marijuana laws on the books yet? So there's no direct prohibitions, as we saw in Ms. Franklin's letter, but there are analogies that would make certain things illegal. Does your modification mean that until such time as these regulations are actually in place and there are specific allowances for such businesses, that they could not operate?
Through the chair, Mr. Evans, yeah, by inference that would be the case. Since those regs do not yet exist, one cannot get a state issued permit. So yes, I would agree with you on that.
Thank you.
There don't appear any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for your time.
Anybody else wish to testify? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Zane Newland. I appreciate your time today. Some of you here know my story. And for those of you who don't, I'll just fill you in. First of all, I was involved in a life-changing car accident about 10 years ago. I was stopped and hit by another car going about 70 miles an hour, and I was lucky to survive. I had traumatic brain injury and double whiplash, and was debilitated for quite a while. At this point, my doctor recommended I get medical marijuana and use it instead of the pain pills that were debilitating. I couldn't function on them and turned into an idiot. Well, fast forward about to about a year and a half ago, and I was diagnosed with cancer. I had advanced stage 4 cancer and tumors from head to toe. I had tumors in every part of my body except for my lungs and throat. And I have been a daily cannabis user for 10 years. And I stand before you as evidence that cannabis is not going to cause cancer, is not going to have detrimental effects on anybody, and secondhand smoke can be remediated. Also, if we're going to really look at this ordinance, it's really impossible to involve marijuana products with a smoking ban because marijuana products are not all marijuana smoke. There's vaporizing and edibles which cannot be included in this. I guess that's all I have for now.
Come forward. Anyone at all? Welcome, sir. Everyone wants to be last, so one of you guys has to go first.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Nick Miller. I believe the amendment offered to 16-65 is not needed. AMC 835-300 clearly makes it unlawful to consume marijuana in a public place. Having two separate codes that regulate the public consumption of marijuana is confusing and will lead to a misinterpretation of the ordinances. The mere fact that language has been added to the amendment to try to clarify this shows there's a problem with the amendment as stated. I also have questions about the language in the amendment that says that signage shall include a pictorial or written reference to the prohibition of smoking marijuana. That would basically mean that every sign in the city would have to be changed or upgraded. That seems like a pretty big financial burden on the business community as well as the municipality of Anchorage. 835-300 clearly states it is unlawful for any person to knowingly consume marijuana in a public place. I think that's pretty clear. If we believe, the public believes, or the assembly believes that isn't clear, then maybe the right thing to do is amend 835-300 as it is today instead of creating a new ordinance. I am requesting that the assembly not approve the amendment as put forward. Consuming marijuana in a public place in any form is unlawful. It would appear tonight, based on the testimony that I've heard, that there's a conflict between tenants in a building. I'm a little disappointed that the landlord is not here or has not dealt with the issue. It seems a bit overreaching for us as a city and an assembly to enact a citywide ordinance to deal with one specific issue in the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions from assembly members? There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, I think you may be last. Or somebody else is hiding out and waiting till you're done.
I kind of hope so. I don't want to be the last one.
unless it's a good note, then I'll end nicely. My name is Martin Christensen, Christensen. I'm here as an entrepreneur and a resident of Alaska. It's somewhat consequential that I do also work for Potluck Events. I just wanted to take a moment and address a little bit on the environmental issues with our neighbors, the church upstairs and whatnot. I just wanted to point out that their lease ended on March 1st, and we didn't open until March 17th, so they were already moving out before we even opened. We have a letter from Beacon Hill saying that we know that you're moving in. We know what your business plan is. We are expecting it. We've had an open door policy with them from day one, and honestly, this is kind of an interesting environment to hear about all this from for the first time. So this is, again, it's an environmental issue. If we need to bolster the walls, air seal certain areas, whatnot, then it's good to know that it needs to be done now. Moving on to smoke. Is smoke bad? I don't think anybody here is going to argue that. Campfires, incense, burning a candle at home, there's no healthy smoke to say. But on the same context, is sugar bad? The sugar you're drinking in your Coca-Cola tonight, it causes diabetes. Do we need to form a public ordinance saying that there's no public consumption of sugar now? McDonald's, they serve fattening foods, and I stand before you as a McDonald's user, and as a consenting, responsible adult, I will continue to use McDonald's, and I will continue to drink Coca-Cola, knowing full well that I may die because of it. Does there need to be legislation saying that I can't do that anymore? I think it's a little overreaching, especially since with the regulation that we have, we can't consume in public already. And like Sean said, where are we going to consume? If I can't go to a private bar and consume some cannabis, then where am I going to? If I can't do it at home because it's not safe, I have children, I have roommates that are not cannabis users, then where do I go? Regulation is something that we want. We want to consume safely. We want to make sure everyone is providing safe products for each other. But over-regulating and saying that you can only consume on days that don't end in Y seems a little overreaching. In closing, I believe that the ordinance as it stands is a little overreaching, and we need to make adjustments. Thank you.
Mr. Steele?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Your example about your smoke impact and your comments about you have kids at home so you can't go home and do it, that's exactly the point, is when your freedoms impact other people's freedoms. An apartment complex where somebody smokes and it comes through the walls or it comes through the windows or comes through some way. They're leaving and they're walking by and they smell. There's maybe kids involved or may not be. It's the impact of those two freedoms that's an issue.
Right.
And so how do we solve that?
To a certain extent, I understand and I agree with what you're saying. But I also want to point out that if my neighbor has a dog and I don't like the smell of that dog, at what point do we drop a city ordinance over dogs must smell a certain way?
Mr. Trainee would. Another story.
So just not liking something doesn't give us grounds to create a statute. And just the smell of cannabis, some agree with it, some don't, but that's not hurting anybody. So we can create certain environmental regulations as far as certain minimum standards for air filters and whatnot, being able to enclose any small ventilation cracks between one building and another to create an encapsulation, if you will, for an environment for doing that. But again, safe, responsible, and allow us as consenting adults partake in that environment or not partake environment on our choice.
Anything else, Mr. Steele?
That's it.
Thank you.
That's all the questions, sir. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify? How many still want to testify? Because I know some of you guys tried to be last. Okay. You're after him.
William Harrington, Harrington. First of all, I want you all to know this is going to pass tonight. I got money in my pocket that says it's going to pass, and I'll tell you why. Mr. Traney's not pulled a 3-minute button on anybody. You've been talking all you want because he wants to mollify you because you're the opposition. Back to the smoke. Barbecue smoke. Why don't we outlaw that? I'm a barbecue user. I annoy my neighbors. And how about the fire ring? My neighbor lit up his fire ring, threw in a bunch of cutoffs from decking wood, which is poisonous, soaked in arsenic, and then he drives off, leaving a fire and smoke right there where it's, sorry folks, but there are problems all over. I think that part of the assembly is not focusing on the real opportunity here, and that is taxes. This assembly, the Anchorage Assembly, needs to get wise and realize that this is a moneymaker. I am not a member of this club or group, and I'm not making any money off pot, and I don't want to make any money off pot. But I think that the community can make a lot of money off sin in general. I'll include alcohol, but we know that won't pass. But in the short term, getting a sin tax against marijuana, a hard sin tax, will produce a lot of revenue, which can solve a lot of social problems. People have been smoking pot a long time. I think it was Robert Mitchum who got busted for trying to import pot back in the 1940s. So what, you think it's going to go away? Now back to your duty, which I hear about a lot and a lot. Well, according to what the voters, 51% of them voted that your duty is to give them a safe place to consume what they want to consume. It's your duty to provide them with the opportunity to do what they want to do. And they're the voters. They're the ones that are going to either vote for you next time or against you next time. And if you're one of the lame ducks on the assembly, well, maybe your replacement will be like you or not like you, depending upon what the voters want. And right now, the assembly seems to be taking well, if we can delay this, if we can stop this, if we can drag our feet, we win attitude. And I think that's going to come back to bite you in the ass on the next election, because the voters, in the majority of the voters have already decided that they want this to go. And if you don't want it to go, then guess who's going to go? And that's about it. I would like to say, back to my original thought, which is I think you guys are really losing it by concentrating on things that, first of all, more than once I've heard you all say, oh, we got to wait for the state to do something. Well, then let's wait for the state to do something. But in the meantime, let's get our taxing up. Let's get our revenue generated, because people are going to keep doing it. Thank you.
We have a question, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize in advance. Mr. Harrington, I always love listening to you come and bring your perspective.
I wouldn't consider our relationship that close, so let's leave emotions out of it.
Well, I enjoy listening to your perspective because I think you often bring things of value. But in this conversation, unfortunately, I think you've come a little late to the table, because this assembly has already started looking at taxation, land use codes, conditional use permits, and licensure. So we are not late to the table. We're not dragging our feet. We are absolutely doing our job. And the voters of this community, meaning the state of Alaska, have charged us with taxation and regulation. And that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're 100% correct, Ms. Dembowski. May I respond? And you are 100% correct. But I believe it was you who, very early on, when the voters voted to legalize pot, that immediately came up and said, we ain't growing it in Anchorage, we ain't using it in Anchorage, we're going to put all kinds of restrictions on where you can and how you can use it. This is just another one of those steps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Welcome, sir.
I'll try to be brief. My name is Michael Mecham, M-E-C-H-A-M. I'm not a medical professional, so I'm not going to talk to that. I want to talk more about what I see as our governing body's responsibility to protect its citizens. Both sides have said, yes, there could be health drawbacks from secondhand smoke. There could be, several people saying, with the TBI and mental issues of calming from smoking cannabis. I'm currently exiting the military. The military is not caught up with, 3 states now that have legalized the use of marijuana. If I use marijuana, I can be held to a urinalysis at any time. If I pop pot, I am out of the military without benefits. I've seen, I don't know how many people just in my company that have deployed, have shed blood, and have come back to this state and through secondhand smoke, being in the wrong place at the wrong time, not taking that personal responsibility that we need to as citizens to take to make sure that we aren't in the wrong place when someone else is now legally putting something into their body that if we have it in our system, we're done for. I've seen those 3 guys, one dishonorably discharged with no benefits, a combat veteran, and 2 other discharged under other unhonorable circumstances. They lose everything. Now, whether it's, Mr. Evans, you brought up the Beacon Hill and the specific location, it's not going to end here. If this is a growing business, this is an opportunity for entrepreneurs to rise up and make some money, and for the state and the city to make some money, this isn't going to be the first problem. This ordinance is needed to protect, as was brought up before, guys that have felonies that are subject to urinalysis, to members of the military that are public servants just as you are, that have given up rights that other people get to partake in. And until the military changes, this needs to be enacted. It's not just the mental health and the physical health that this will protect for this city's citizens. This is the future of people that are also public servants in the military, have felonies. These are people that are trying to get their kids back in some situations. This goes more than just commerce for the city. This goes more than just taxation. This is more than just breathing in the secondhand smoke. Maybe this is more of a personal level for me, because those guys that I served with now get nothing because this wasn't enacted before. Their children don't get the benefits for what they were going to before. Their wives don't get the benefits for what they were going to have before.
Sir, thank you for your testimony. Your time is up. Appreciate your service to the country. The UCMJ you operate under is different than what the rest of these people live under. And UCMJ puts burdens on you that nobody else does. You give up your rights.
That's correct.
And we don't want you exposed to this, because you're right. If you blow a hot your analysis of Elmendorf, you lose your benefits.
That's correct.
So thank you for your service to the country. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Hello, Mr. Chamber and Assembly. My name is Chris Usher, E-U-S-C-H-E-R. I just want to talk about, let me start by saying I do not partake in cannabis in any form. I've been working in the medical field for over 22 years here in Alaska, and but I am a very firm supporter of cannabis. It did wonders for a lot of my patients. And I will tell you that I am a member of, excuse me, potluck events. I don't smoke, but my husband is diagnosed with PTSD, and I go to support him. I am in there at least once, maybe twice a week. I have never had a dirty UA. So for the smoke being around it, wrong place, wrong time, I am very much aware of what's going on. And I never thought that my job would be in jeopardy. I do not test positive. So I think it would be a disservice to myself and my husband. It's nice because he goes, he smokes a bowl, and he starts talking to people. And it's therapeutic for him. So I just want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. We appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Dombowski first, then Mr. Peterson. Ms. Dombowski.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'll try to watch my time here. Where to start? I will start with the current smoking ban, and I will just tell everyone who's listening and watching, I did not support the initial smoking ban. because I look at it like a liberty issue. If I own a business, whether it's a bar, whether it's a restaurant, if I want to have smoking as a consumer, as somebody who goes there, I can choose to not go to that establishment or go, and I think it's the same for working. Now, with that said, the smoking ban, or the smoking ordinance, is the law of the land. So tobacco is regulated under the smoking ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage. And with that said, there are opportunities within that law for exceptions for there to be private establishments that allow smoking in their establishment. So even though I articulated it early on, hoping people would actually hear it, I don't think I was effective, because the questions that I asked the representative from Potluck, it was very, very clear. And my question was, are you familiar with the current smoking ordinance? The answer was yes. And could you operate within it? The answer was yes. So even if this is passed, it still means that the representative of Potluck made it very clear they could still work within it. Now, Mr. Chairman, I went on a little field trip on Friday, and I went to the Cabinet Society of Alaska. Now, this was an interesting field trip for me, because this was a group who adamantly opposed the smoking ban when it first came forward years ago. And through that, they fought the smoking ban every step of the way. They challenged it on every level. With that said, today they have established a smoking club, or a smoking establishment, and it's very structured the way they do it. They operate within the law. I think they've been open for 2 or 3 years now, or I know it's been quite a while. Anyways, so my point is, I have seen a successful model right here in the city of Anchorage in which an establishment is operating under the current smoking ordinance. It happens to be for cigars and tobacco pipes, but nonetheless, it is operating today under the current smoking ordinance. Now, with that said, so I think I've dealt with the whole, people have a choice of establishments of where they can go or where they can be employed. The fact of the matter is the city has decided to regulate smoke. And to me, it's just not an intellectually honest conversation when we say that if we're going to regulate tobacco smoke or marijuana smoke, we need to regulate candle smoke or campfires. If we're going to have this conversation, we need to be just candid with each other and realize that, that's a ridiculous point. With that said, the whole campaign of regulate marijuana like alcohol, I get it. Alcohol is an intoxicant. Marijuana can be an intoxicant. Some I know has some of the properties stripped out of it, so it's just more medicinal than intoxicant. See, I'm learning. So I understand that. But the fact of the matter is, marijuana puts out a very strong odor. And I have sat here on my phone as everybody's talking and referencing these studies. I've been sitting here reading them. And the fact of the matter is, whether it's the Lung Association or the Heart Association, there are numerous studies out there that say secondhand marijuana smoke is carcinogenic. It has some of the same effects as secondhand smoke, tobacco smoke. So by saying it's not the same, I'm sorry, I just totally agree with you, and so do thousands of others. And the fact of the matter is, I know I walk past marijuana smoke and I can smell it from a long ways away. And quite frankly, it makes me gag. So does cigarette smoke, though. But, like I said, initially I opposed the initial smoking ban because it was a liberty issue for me. But the fact of the matter is, if we're going to treat one entity the same or one industry the same, we have to have parity in law. And to me, this does that. So I think I've dealt with a lot of that. But I'll just summarize really quick. When we were talking about a specific entity up here, Potluck, I know I asked a lot of questions about it, but they came and their neighbors came and they brought up their business model. They brought up how it's impacting each other. They talked about it. They brought it to our assembly, our people's assembly, and they equated it to this ordinance. So I'm trying to understand from not only their business model and their experience how it would be extrapolated and affect others around the community, but I'm trying to learn from it. That's why I asked so many questions. But like I said, Mr. Chairman, I wish D.S. Hogan could have been here tonight. He was going to be here. He was one of the founding members of the Cabinet Society of Alaska. But, you know, it was interesting talking to him because he was such an adamant, so adamantly opposed to the smoking ban originally, but he was in such strong support of it now because they've taken that model, and even though they didn't like it, it has worked very, very well for them. But, you know, the fact of the matter is, I think this is a very simple change. I think it's a fair change, and I support it.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd actually like to introduce movement amendment number 1 to this. It was printed out. It should be in your packet.
Can you read the whole thing for us, sir?
I certainly will. So on page 3, line 3, following the word assembly, insert, except for section 3, which shall be effective 90 days after passage and approval by the assembly. The explanation is section 3 requires businesses and building owners to modify their existing no smoking signs to reference the prohibition on smoking marijuana.
I second that.
If this section were to take effect immediately, it would likely put a vast majority of businesses out of compliance, since they will likely be unaware of this provision. Delaying the effective date by 90 days would allow sufficient time to educate businesses about the new requirements. Mr. Chairman, we're right in the middle of tourist season. Many of these businesses are in the hospitality industry, and I would like to give them some more time to be able to comply with this new law.
Any other comments on this amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment? Ms. Gray Jackson, on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, there's no objection to the amendment. The amendment's approved by the body. So that's where we're at. Anything else, Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Chair, if Mr. Peterson has more, can I get a written copy of these amendments? Because I don't seem to have one.
It's on the one I've got, ma'am. Here.
It's in your,
Right here. It's in your packet.
on the table packet. It's the last item.
Is that the only amendment you've got, Mr. Peterson?
Well, as long as I have the microphone,
You got the
Mr.
microphone,
Chairman.
sir.
Thank you. I think we've heard evidence on both sides of whether marijuana smoke is harmful or whether it's actually healthful. I've heard anecdotal evidence where people have had asthma for long periods of their life, and once they started consuming marijuana products, their asthma was greatly reduced. So I think the jury is still out on whether their marijuana smoke is harmful or not. And I think there's, you know, this particular ordinance, I believe, had come about because of the location of Potluck and being right next to the center that takes care of foster children and their families, and that was unfortunate. And I think we actually have a ventilation problem. I believe if the ventilation in Potluck in that building were maybe newer or greatly improved, more ionizers, for example, there might not have been a problem in the first place. And so I just wanted to throw those items out there. I'm going to be a no vote on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, I'm going to support it, but I'm also going to be an avid supporter of the conditional use that allows smoking clubs or consumption clubs, and that's coming our way next. Those on the body that might remember, I tried to bring, at a private club, mind you, out in Chugiak, which the doors were locked, veterans, gentlemen that served our country, have no legs, like to go smoke and drink. I moved a smoking amendment trying to modify this very law that would have allowed them to bring in a designated smoking area just inside. That didn't pass, by the way, even though it was a private club designation. I'll fight harder next time, I think, because we're seeing perhaps a good argument, systems of control that would allow that to happen. The primary evidence used against me, of course, was that it would be harmful to an employee who has no other choice but to be there. Those will be workaround opportunities. I'll work it. I'm appreciative of the committee that's starting to bring that stuff forward. But get ready. It's going to be a hard conversation. Do you allow alcohol and the consumption of marijuana in the same place? What do the ventilation systems require? And that's all going to be wrapped around this conditional use, likely will be around the permitted and conditional use for designated location. I'm ready to do the work. I've never felt not. This law here, as I read it, talks about the smoked product of marijuana. It doesn't talk about the other types of consumption that don't generate smoke. So I think the wording is very clear, which talks about the burning of the product. It's going to be restrictive, no doubt, to places that that have perhaps gotten pretty aggressive and allowed it inside their facility, particularly if the landlord puts up one of those signs that says no smoking. That's the right that I want to preserve to those property owners. Providence campus, Alaska Regional, I believe, is there. Lots of property owners choose to put those signs up to say this is a no smoking place. If they choose to do that, this will be supportive of that. If they don't, consume. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm supportive of the amendment, and I'm supportive of the ordinance, and for a couple of things I wanted to point out quickly. I, too, have been doing a little studying, a little homework, and then, of course, I looked up the 2006 study it was testified to earlier. But be surprised to know, 2012, Chico State, California, and also in 2014, New England Journal of Medicine all indicated that there's a 70% more likely cancer to those that are using any form of smoking that you're ingesting into your lungs, not to mention the 3 times the tar marijuana smoke that you're ingesting than to tobacco. So in and of itself, I think the doctors are medical experts all around. I'm not one, but clearly that we had a medical doctor who worked with respiratory and diseases of the lungs and said there's without a doubt that there is a harmful effect of putting something in the lungs. So that in and of itself is, I think, plenty of evidence for this body to make determination of what's good for the general going community members and visitors to our community. And I think that dovetailing in with the existing smoking ban and ordinance, I believe this fits right within it. And lastly, I got my feathers ruffled just a little bit, and I'll apologize. I don't typically get into the debate part when people are testifying. It's out of respect for your right to come and speak your mind, and that's what you should do. And in fact, I welcome that. But I by no means do I feel like my speak tonight and my representing the community and the constituents that we represent, particularly in the East Anchorage area, I don't call that demagoguery. I'm not doing this for grandstanding or any playing on anybody's emotions. In fact, what I hear a lot of is more rhetoric. I'm not hearing evidence that comes in other than just rhetoric. And frankly, that doesn't get us anywhere. This community needs to work together. We've got a challenge. We've got an opportunity. And we need to move forward in a very meaningful way. There are 3 committees that are working on how to introduce legalized marijuana in this municipality. And the state is also working along that way. And we're feeling the frustration because they're dealing with a whole other host of issues that we're having to dovetail off of. So yes, Mr. Dabowski pointed out earlier, we're moving forward. We're trying to move forward as fast as we can. The wheels of government moves painfully slow sometimes, and that's pretty evident in this case. You got to be patient. You can't keep pushing it because the next thing you know, we're going to waste a lot of our energy and time doing ordinance fixes along the way when we could be having the dialogue, the very clear dialogue, working towards a very workable product. And then, as is pointed out, we may have to make adjustments along the way because making the sausage is smelly and it ain't pretty. We just hope to get a good, tasty product when it's all done. So I'm sorry to preach a little bit. I just wanted you to point out I take my role in this body very seriously, and I think this is a very safe thing we can do for our community. Thank you.
Mr. Hull, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the chair of the committee, I want to be very open in sharing with you when the initiative passed legalizing marijuana, there was specific guidelines in there in regards to us being responsible to make this safe and to write the regulations as well as responsible. And we're taking a very cautious approach in doing that. We're trying to work in conjunction with the state who has begun to write regulations. They're doing that in 3 sets. They've released the first set for public review and comment. And the irony is the first set is just about a community opting out. The second set, which I understand should be posted before very long, is going to address the licensing process. The state will definitely be a part of that, but they've been made it very clear already to us that there's going to be a tremendous amount of local control involved. And what we're finding out is the third set's just going to be kind of clean up what they missed with the first two sets. They're making their goal to be November the 24th to be complete with what they're doing. And part of what I'm sharing with you is the initiative gave 9 months to draft the regulations on how this industry was going to operate. And quite frankly, I realize that potluck events is, I couldn't tell you if it's operating legal or not, but apparently it is. But there are people that are just pushing the edge of the envelope. And by doing that, you're making it extremely hard on a lot of other people that are kind of showing patience and giving the state as well as the city time to do the job that was given to us to take care of. We haven't addressed a lot of this because of the fact that it is an arduous process. I actually appointed Mr. Bruce Schulte as ex officio to this committee because I found him to be a very wise voice of reason. He's got a great demeanor about him in any presentation that he does that make you want to listen to him and logic anything that he shares with you. But you've also got to understand that this product has a very strong odor. And there are a lot of people in the community that this is totally unknown to them, and they are afraid of it. And the calls that I've been getting isn't so much about they're afraid of what it's doing. They just don't like the odor. They don't want to have to smell it. And that is part of what we're trying to address in this. I want to address very briefly the taxes. This gentleman made a very adamant point about here's your opportunity, just go for it. The initiative in itself regulated to some degree the taxes that can be charged. But we've got two options. We could do an excise tax, and in that, the state collects it and will return it to us at some point. That's what we do with alcohol tax, and we found out at this point in time we really haven't gotten any of that money back. And the other is the sales tax. And guess what? When we do a sales tax, this community has to approve a sales tax with a 60% plus one vote. So where the indication is just tax it, unfortunately, it's not that easy. All we can do is put it on a ballot and let you, the community, vote, as well as you get to decide what percentage. And I will share with you that states that are taxing it are finding it's not near the revenue generator as far as over and above the expense of managing this program. So I will be supporting this ordinance because of the fact that I think it should be treated as secondhand smoke, not necessarily that it's harmful, but the calls that I'm getting from people continuously is the odor. I'm just having to deal with the odor. And I'm going to close with just a little piece of trivia and understand that's all this is. I'm not basing this on fact, but I love listening to when radio was, radio classics. And I love to listen to them because they include all the commercials. The majority of those shows were sponsored by cigarette companies. And I love it when they say 9 out of 10 doctors recommend unfiltered Camels because it's been scientifically proven that it's healthy for your lungs.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Evans, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one thing is certain, there's not a lot certain tonight, but there's one thing I think it's pretty certain is that legislating by initiative is a very bad process. I know people love it, but it ends up with exactly what we have here. You have everybody voting on something that's, one page. It doesn't have committee reports. It doesn't have a legislative history. Everybody brings their own interpretation into what they're voting for. And you end up then having to create the regulations that go with it, and invariably that's the difficult process, and that's where everybody gets all upset. And I just love the fact that, everybody can come up here and quote their part of the initiative that supports their argument. We were supposed to regulate it like alcohol. That means in no other way. But also that initiative said that, we could opt out. If we wanted to take the easy way out, like some people have suggested, and we're just opposed to this, we could have taken that route a long time ago, opted out completely. There'd be no marijuana businesses in Anchorage. There'd be no marijuana selling. You'd be able to use it personally, but you wouldn't be able to use it publicly or privately anywhere. So that would be the easy way, and if that was our intention, we could have already done that. The truth of the matter is, we're struggling with this. The law itself, the initiative, gave the state until March of next year to get these regulations in place. Unfortunately, everybody was so damn excited about passing this and thinking it's, a brand new day in Alaska, now marijuana is legal, that we've had these different groups and different people forming organizations and kind of pushing the envelope, like others have said, that have caused the complaints, that have caused us to have to react, to try to do something in the meantime. It would have been lovely if we could have waited for the state to act, and then we could have reacted, and it would have been very adult and responsible, and it probably would have looked better. But that's not what we've got. So we react from one thing to another, and it's not the end. It's going to be ugly. It's like they talk about, legislating is like making sausages. You don't want to watch the process. So what we're going to do, I'm going to support this tonight. I think there are problems with it that I'm concerned about, and one of them is with medical marijuana, that this restricts, the possible use by people who need medical marijuana in their own apartments and stuff for people that don't have their own houses. I think that's a big concern. I think it was a crying shame the way the state ignored the medical marijuana initiative when that passed, and we could have had a much more sensible system in place that would have maybe obviated even the need for this last initiative. But I think when in doubt, I am more prepared to be restrictive of this until we get these regulations in place. Now, this regulation may be over-restrictive at this point, and we may have to come back and adjust it, and I hope that we do as necessary. But until we get those state regs in and our city regs in, you're going to be dealing with a lot of this. It's just not the end of the day. This, it's going to be, and it's not going to be March of next year when this is done. I suspect it's going to be a few years before you have the whole marijuana system in place and operating like people envision. And it's not going to be, the one gentleman said, we have a difficult job because we have to please two groups. We're not going to please anybody, and have no intention of pleasing anybody. All we want to do is try to make sensible laws that reflect the fact that the community is divided, but there are people that want this, people are opposed to it, and we're going to come out somewhere in the middle, and nobody's going to be entirely happy. But for tonight, I'm going to support this law. Thank you.
Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am. Elby?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any comments this evening. There was I do want to say that there was an email that was sent by Kim Cole based on a meeting you and I had with some folks from Potluck, and I apologize for not addressing it, but there just wasn't enough time. But I will be addressing that email in the next few days. But in the meantime, Mr. Chairman, I will be voting yes on this ordinance.
Thank you, ma'am. Since there's
You're
nobody
welcome.
else in debate, I don't normally debate, but I do want to add one last comment. I want to read you, this is an emergency regulation by the ABC Board. AS 17.38.040, in public, means in a place which the public or substantial group of persons has access and includes highways, transportation facilities, schools, places of amusement, or business, parks, playgrounds, prisons, and hallways and lobbies and other portions of apartment houses and hotels not constituting rooms or apartments designed for actual residence. The problem is I had what Kim gave me, and she wanted parks put in there. I can't do that when I look at what the state regulation is. So as we bring this forward, we're going to have a lot of state regulations. The public has to deal with the state because they're very restrictive on what we can do. I looked and we could not add parks into this because of this regulation. So with that, let's vote on this. Elby, you're first.
Yes.
That is approved. The vote was 9-1. Next item in business in front of us. Bring it up on the screen if you would. We're down to item 15, special orders are on none. 16, unfinished agenda. There is none. Honest participation. If you would like to talk to the Assembly for 3 minutes on anything that is not a regularly scheduled item, there you go. Welcome back, sir.
I wish I wouldn't have to come back, Mr. Trainee. My name is Ron Oleva. I'm here again, and I'm going to ask you to do two things. Number one, extend the ordinance for camping on boulevards past Post Road all the way to Reeve Boulevard. That would eliminate some of the traffic hazards of the people sleeping on the boulevards on a heavily trafficked truck route. Also, I'm going to ask you to ban the giving away of toilet paper by any homeless facility or soup kitchen. I've done a lifetime of sewage treatment. That's what I did on the pipeline. But it seems to be matched by the amount of fecal material that I have to pick up off my lots and adjacent to my lots, because Beans Cafe and Brother Francis used to do it, but they seem to have abstained from the survival kits of toilet paper. I also want to let you know that the lines of communication are not open with Beans, and my appearance before the Brother Francis Board, when I requested that they communicate with the agencies, churches, volunteer groups that give away clothing and food on Carlick Street across 3rd Avenue, that they asked them to stop doing that, because it creates a safety factor of all those people running across 3rd Avenue or running across 4th and congregating there, blocking even emergency vehicles, which I witnessed. But it defeats the purpose of the mission, or the alleged mission, of Beans and Brother Francis to get those clients in so they can get help. Now, I appeared before their board, and I mentioned that. I mentioned also that transportation, the bus stop, is in the wrong location. It's not in a pullout, and it obstructs traffic, that they were supposed to address that in their conditional use, which I thought was pretty straightforward safety factor. I also asked them, as a community, that we address the spice problem, because whether they pull a gun on me, their clients, or their employees, it's a community problem that should be addressed. Nothing wrong with that, pretty civil, been known to be a little passionate, a little emotional. But one of their members was Darrell Hess, who was the former homeless coordinator. Now, after I left, Mr. Hess asked them to take some action. First of all, acknowledged to Mr. Oleva, he brought in some concerns, let's address them. To Darrell's surprise, nothing. Nothing to acknowledge Mr. Oleva appeared, nothing to acknowledge we're going to communicate with these other people who are creating a safety hazard, nothing to do with the spice. How can we work together, including communicating with the Fairview Community Council?
Mr. Levy, your time is up, sir.
It's all right, because a man of integrity, Mr. Hess, a Catholic, appointed as a Fairview resident to that board, what do you think they did? What do you think he did because of their inaction? He resigned.
Mr. Honeman has a question.
So, if you just briefly summarize.
He resigned, and this is the homeless coordinator who is dedicated now as our ombudsman, who would resolve problems. That is a message. They're not communicatable. Now, the head of Beans is Lisa Sauter. She met me, we shake hands, we say, hey, here's your business card, here's my business card. You have any problems, call me. We'll work it out.
Thank you, Mr. Lieber. No other questions.
6 calls, not one return call. I finally get a return call. Guess what they said when I requested to get a presentation before their board on these issues? Write me a letter.
Thank you, Mr. Leva.
I said I'm on the phone, Mr. Trainee, and the bottom line was Beans and the brother Francis are not assets.
Ron, you're done, sir. No, you won't, sir. That's closed. Thank you, Mr. Leva. Mr. Leva, your time is up. The gentleman will take you back there. Thank you, sir. Ron, your time is up. Done, sir. Thank you. Ron, goodbye. Chief. Chief, would you help Mr. Leva to the back, please? We've got to get this meeting going. Thank you, Mr. Leva. Thank you.
Yes.
Anybody else wish to talk to us for 3 minutes? Hello, Mr. Featherly.
Mr. Chair, Walter Featherly. Last name spelled Featherly. Good evening, members of the Assembly, members of the administration. I originally came tonight with the intention of speaking and urging that you postpone action on Assembly Resolution 191. Learned that it was on the business agenda and was passed as a part of the consent agenda. So I would now like to urge the administration and urge the Assembly, if you have some mechanism to do so, to take action or at least to delay action on entering into the lease of this 10-year lease of 49 acres adjacent to the Anchorage Regional Landfill. Those 49 acres are located within the military lands that have been permanently withdrawn and segregated pursuant to the Alaskan National Interest Lands Conservation Act and the North Anchorage Land Agreement that was passed pursuant to and in accordance with Section 1425 of ANILCA. At various times, over the when that legislation was passed 33 years ago, the municipality and other parties have taken action in prohibition of that, contrary to the prohibition contained in that act and contained in that agreement, to receive and facilitate the conveyance to the municipality of lands that are covered by the North Anchorage Land Agreement. This transaction falls in that category. Each time in the past, or the times that it occurred in the past, it took action to bring the parties back together, enter into an amendment to the agreement in which the municipality and the other parties acknowledged that the actions had been taken contrary to the provisions in the act and the agreement. And I urge the Assembly and I urge the administration. I'm not here on behalf of Eklutna speaking ultimately that these 49 acres should not be conveyed to the municipality. The argument, the position, the claim and the position of Eklutna is that the process set out in ANILCA and the North Anchorage Land Agreement needs to be followed. It hasn't been followed. Take the time. Let's follow the process. Let's stay out of the courts and resolve this in a reasonable fashion that is required, in fact, required by the terms of the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions, Mr. Featherly. Ms. Dombowski, ma'am.
Thank you for coming tonight. And you actually started to answer one of my questions. My first question was, are you here representing Eklutna on this matter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so please clarify for me your statement. I thought you just said you weren't representing Eklutna during your 3 minutes. You are, and Eklutna is requesting reconsideration of this item then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes and yes.
Yes and yes. That does it for me. Thank you. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Starr, sir.
I don't want to debate the matter because it is closed, and I'll have to think if there's a need to reconsider. The word conveyance is not what occurred here. You're a lawyer. You get that. So if there's a way for you to illustrate where the lease, the 10-year gravel storage lease on property we've occupied since 2003, is interpreted as a conveyance. The military didn't give it to us. We're leasing it, and our in-kind trade is that we're giving them the ability to dump for basically no cost. So the deal seems to be a business transaction as opposed to a permanent conveyance. So I don't want to quote NALA as you know it inside and out. The Fossil Creek portion of it was not in that discussion that we approved on the earlier item. So the Fossil Creek and the rail use is another item perhaps which will get that. I think we got the letter of request that you hear
Yes.
and see the file as the negotiations would be there. I think, some of it is perhaps an issue you also want to take up with the military folks by saying that they have the obligation to do that. What we were read in the AM, Mr. Featherly, was that they said no to continued use of that land. It's been a significant negotiation to do that. We didn't necessarily approach them saying, hey, can we use this for alternative purposes? We just have a gravel storage problem. So I think that's the way we read it. I'm not inclined to move for reconsideration. I have until tomorrow at this time to do it. So if there's a need to say that we violated NALA through the conveyance verbiage, I think you'd be wise to get that to us. And it's not a debate right now. It's your opportunity to do that. But I want to the reason I'm going on and on is I want to stay out of the courts. That we have a respect for Eklutna and the NALA agreement, but I weighed that heavy in not pulling it from the consent agenda.
Mr. Starr, thank you. First of all, the language within the NALA agreement as well as ANILCA is all forms of disposition are prohibited. And with respect to your second point, we actually met today with Eklutna met today with Commander Bruckbauer and conveyed to the commander Eklutna's position with respect to this, and he acknowledged that, in fact, that the process had not been followed, that because it involves the military lands that have been withdrawn, there was a requirement to consult with Eklutna that in fact was not followed. We can have a discussion about what is disposition, which prohibits all forms of disposition. We can have a discussion about that, but clearly this was something that should have been that Eklutna should have been informed about and should have been included in the discussions and was not, and that is our request, which is to allow that to happen.
Yeah, well, and then is it appropriate to move reconsideration? This body can discuss that tonight. Okay. Well, I would want to do that, and it isn't appropriate if you're threatening legal action for us to get into a debate that suffers legal action. I think let the assembly do its work. If you're going to file a lawsuit, then we're going to not. So. Fair enough. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I didn't really expect to speak because I don't have a prepared speech. I did talk to Mr. Trainee via the phone. My name is Paul Burns, B-U-R-N-S. I'm current chairman of the Anchorage Police and Fire Pension Fund. We had a long conversation beginning last December with them asking us to take on the medical trust. We told them that they expressed their problems, and we expressed those problems need to be fixed. Ms. Dembowski was very proactive, and so other members, I think Mr. Hahnemann and a few other members here were active in trying to resolve those issues. But of last week, my director called me, and I was at work, and he said, we have a guy ready to pull the wall out of our existing office, and they're going to move the retirement medical over there and make room, and we had no notification whatsoever. We said, why? They said, well, it's none of our business. They're going to move them in, and then we talked to Lance, the director of the transit building. We did invoke a 1-month notification to Lance that we need a 1-month notification. We just did that today. So he agreed to that, so they're not going to be moving them in for at least a month. So that's where we stand right now, but we are a little bit taken back by the actions that have been put forth by the current administration in the last minute of this last hour, and we don't know why or what the reasons for it are. Both systems are not happy about this move. I just wanted to bring this before this assembly. It was an opportune time to do it, and I thank you for your time.
Conveniently, we have a couple of questions for the people you already named. Ms. Dembowski and Mr. Hahnemann. Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you for coming this evening. Mr. Vacalis, I'll ask him to comment on this, but I was also contacted, and the explanation that was given to me was HR had to expand, therefore they were moving the medical trust. But I think it's an appropriate time to ask the city manager what's going on. I'm sure he can tell us. Mr. Vacalis?
Through the chair, yes, and you spoke to part of the issue. The HR department is pretty crowded, and they need some room to expand. Also, you have two different elements that serves basically the same population, and in order to be served, they either have to go to the transit facility or they have to go to City Hall. It would be much more efficient for the public or those folks that's being served by these two groups to be able to go to one place, because some of the things that they have to deal with do, in fact, relate to the other. The original concept basically was that the one person, staff member, that occupies one large space in City Hall would be moved over to transit, where they would be in close proximity to the other group serving the same population or similar population. Initially, it was felt that that person would go into an office over in the transit building. Unfortunately, transit did not have the room. The space that's currently occupied at transit by the organization that we're talking about has ample room. And yes, they weren't initially given the 30 days, but when Mr. Wilbur did discuss it with their executive director, he was okay with it. It was only after the fact, and the movement basically was becoming more and more solidified from the standpoint that we're going to go in and petition off the excess space in that particular room so that this one individual and his files, which because of HEPA, have to be locked. And so a portion of their space was going to be basically petitioned off for this one individual and the records. So that was the concept. However, after the executive director in the existing space at transit had okayed it, then that started the process. After that fact, then the board chair intervened and exercised his right with the 30-day notice. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Vacalis, for that clarification.
Yeah, I'm just going to be real blunt here, and I think Mr. Burns had it right on the head here, and that is the last minute of the last hour here of this administration, we're making a significant change, recognizing very, very valid points, Mr. Vacalis. This administration knows very well that we had a pretty emotional and lengthy discussion on potential changes through an ordinance revision that started some time ago back as a result of some audits. And so I'm not really pleased with the lack of discussion. I mean, I don't know of any other assembly member that was notified in advance. And I've been notified by you yourself, Mr. Vakelis, when there have been some issues that you perceive to be pretty controversial. I'm not laying it at your feet. I'm certainly, I'm just being a little testy here at this late time of the hour, and I appreciate you coming, Mr. Burns, and letting us know.
Thank you.
I apologize you weren't given proper notice, and Mr. Vakelis, I don't know where the administration was asleep on this one or not. I think we should have been notified that this was coming.
Yes, sir. I appreciate testy. That's not an issue. But I will say that when the party that's located at Transit was queried to inform them of what was to take place, the opportunity at that time existed for the party to say, look, we want to invoke our 30 days. Had that been done, then we probably wouldn't have been here today or this discussion. We did not know that they were going to oppose it. So, you know, certainly, you know, we can receive the criticism and everything else, but I will tell you, had it been known right at that point when Mr. Wilbur talked to the executive director that they wanted to invoke, then we would have stopped and waited the 30 days and done the official notification.
Thank you.
If I may comment on that, that's quite not the way I view the history of the calendar, of the chronology of what took place. I did have the director call me at work immediately. He was very despondent. I actually had to calm him down, and I said, hey, this could possibly work, almost like what you did indicate, hey, I am of the same group of the 400-plus members in the police and medical. I am one of them. I'm also a member of the pension. There is the symbiotic relationship in many ways for the two groups, and it can work. But the way it was done was inappropriate. The way it was notified to the director was inappropriate. The way I heard about it, because I was at work, I had no logical way to act until I stopped over there on Monday. We looked over the paperwork and our contract and realized we had a 30-day opportunity to stop this, at least to have some proper notification, as opposed to tomorrow morning, which was when they were going to start ripping the wall out, which was about a 6-day notice from start to finish. We thought that was, one, inappropriate and not the way it should have been handled.
Sure, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no other questions. Anybody else wish to testify? Welcome, sir.
You're too kind. William Harrington, Harrington. First of all, it's sad to see Mr. Avila here. He's not my friend. I bought a car from him once. That's all I know. But if anybody in this town has been severely impacted by the homeless industrial complex, it's him. Perhaps with the new administration coming in, they can do something to work him out of the situation, because he just don't belong in that neighborhood anymore, even though but once he did. On that note, are you aware that the city of San Francisco has something called the poop map? It's a map that shows the density of human feces in the city of San Francisco based on where the population is. Now, Mr. Avila did make an interesting comment about, well, they're handing out toilet paper. Hey, where do you think they're taking that toilet paper to, and what are they doing with it? What I'm saying is the city is being negligent in not providing for the waste disposal of the homeless all over town, at the very least with public, free, portable toilets, which probably won't get serviced much, but at least it'll be something. Unless you want us to have a poop map like San Francisco, let's address the fact that people eat and then they. So that's something you guys can work on, as long as you don't have anything else to do. The other issue here is I'm very happy that Fairview is kicking the people out of Fairview, but just today, or was it yesterday, I drive by the McDonald's up here on Northern Lights. There's people laying out in the parking lot, all like this. I just am wondering, how's the bathroom in that McDonald's, and would I really want to take my kids in that McDonald's after I see all those people hanging out outside? Midtown is the new Fairview, and that's just how it is. within walking distance from my trailer, there's at least 6, if not 9 liquor stores. So as far as the homeless go, if you're watching on TV, we got lots of liquor stores out here since the Assembly's been so good to reduce a liquor store in one part of town. Perhaps they could do the same for Midtown, because we're Midtown's going to go down. That's all there is to it. Like I said, go to that McDonald's around noon and check it out and see if you would use the bathroom. The other thing I question is, can I get a video of this? Can I get a DVD of these proceedings? And
You can download it
well,
online.
the reason I ask is when I was walking away from the podium a minute ago, Ms. Dombrowski mouthed something which I couldn't understand since I'm not a lip reader, and I'd like to know what it was.
I don't recall, but I was probably disagreeing with your analysis of what I presented last year.
Well, like I say, I'd like to, you know,
It's
Bill
on-
Sheffield used,
Sure,
you know,
if you go-
I got to say this about Bill Sheffield.
Go to
He taught me a
muni.org
lot.
and it's
What he
out
said way back when they were trying to impeach him is, I don't remember. And that is something
Well, I
that
can tell you,
everybody should know that excuse. And I thank
Mr. Chair.
Sir, contact the clerk at 343-4312, and she'll make the transcript. 4312, Barbara Jones, and she'll make it available to you. No problem, sir. You take care. Anybody else wishing to address the same issue? Seeing none, that section is closed. We're now down to Assembly comments. Mr. Honeman.
No, sir.
Mr. Steele. Ms. Dombrowski.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I do have some comments. And I want to start by personally, see, he yawns when I start talking. Mr. Chairman, over the weekend, I had the opportunity to bring my son to Birchwood Shooting Range. It was Youth Day. And during that time, I was so thrilled. And I have to tell you, Riley, who's 15, had an opportunity to hang out with your club, which was the Alaska Machine Gunners Association. And he had a wonderful time. He was there all day long from 8:30 to 5 o'clock at night, and he can't wait to do it next year. But I personally just wanted to thank you for inviting him and giving them the opportunity to experience some of your experiences in life, meaning shooting some of your guns. He really had a great time. And it was an awesome opportunity to teach kids not only about firearm safety, but about the history that goes along with many of these firearms. So it was an awesome opportunity, and I just wanted to say thank you.
He's a good young man. It was good to have him there, Amy. Thank you.
And I did get to shoot an Uzi. It was pretty awesome.
Mr. Peterson. Mr. Starr.
I can only put the reconsideration in front of us for our next meeting of 2015-191, so I'll be tendering that to the clerk. Thank you.
Somebody will second it. We're home.
We're already done. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Johnston, Mr. Hall.
I bid you adieu.
Ma'am, did you want to talk to us? Yes. We'll go back to that because we want you sitting here. Go ahead, ma'am. You got 3 minutes. If you'll give us your name and spell your last name.
My name is Barbara Raywalt, R-A-W-A-L-T, resident of Anchorage and part of the board of Beacon Hill. I was here for the earlier testimony, but I just wanted to come back in and thank you, every one of you, for your service tirelessly and patiently to our city. I love this city. And I would say that whether the vote went yes or no, I just wanted to thank you.
Thank
That's
you, Madhu.
all.
We appreciate those kind of comments.
Good night.
Thank you.
We'll pay you later. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned. Good night.
Thank you.